Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Real Vladimir Putin in the house. Michelle Ferguson. Hi, BB. Thank you guys for coming today. It's a big one today, Bell. K-Bell. Pyro. How's everybody doing? We got kind of a big, long, and potentially crazy stream going today. It is Paige and Kansas's birthday today. Let's see what I can share with you. Yes, Paige and Kansas's birthday today. We're going to be pushing her fundraiser. It is also the Senior Sergeant Serhiy's birthday from the 14th Mechanized, who we have been supporting for quite some time. Let's go to her and pull up her Twitter. We'll go to her Twitter. See if I can find her Twitter real quick. How's everybody doing today? I was up late last night on a stream. We're going to cover a lot of topics today. We'll jump around. We're going to have a Nick from In Time in later too. I want to get a little dronage footage in from drone activities, just because we're going to be pumping up some drones. Here is Paige with Serhiy from the 14th Mechanized Brigade. Today is my birthday. It is also 14th Brigade Senior Sergeant Serhiy's birthday. This year, I am only accepting two kinds of gifts: birthday spankings and drones. Since I'm in Ukraine, I am guessing that most of you will go with the drones. So we're going to spank some drones out today later on. She is also facilitating. I got a hold of her. She got a hold of Dodger. She is facilitating Dodger's new gear. He's got new kit that he's going to be needing. He's going back to the front. He's been in western, sort of south, middle-ish, like eastern western Ukraine doing drone defense, and for very good cause. Let's see what I can share with you. Well, we're gonna touch on Dodgers first. The goal today, guys, we're gonna have a goal. My goal today, it's gonna be big. We're going for $2,500, 2,500 USD today, and I'll explain a little more about that in a minute. But the first thing I want to do is make sure that Dodger gets his kit. In order to do the raffle today, guys, in order to engage and for me to track the amount of donations, you need to join the Discord. This is how we're going to do it. And this is how we're going to do it. So I've got the current fundraiser here in our Discord. Here's Dodger's kit. This is what everything he needs: new body armor, pants, helmet mount, helmet, multi-tool, and about 4 sets of foldable kitchenware. That's what he's asking for. We're gonna wrap that up. We got a few donations the other night for it. I want to include the dronage and everything in today's push for Paige. So goal is $2,500 today. It's freaking a big one, I know, but we're gonna just go for it and see where we get. So in order to join the raffle, I'm gonna be raffling off some artwork and other things today if I need to. Inside of the Discord, there is, under fundraisers, there is a raffle screenshots. this is where you go to put your screenshot of your donation receipt and how much it was. Blur out, get rid of anything in there that is personal that you don't want to share. Or if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you could just find me in the Discord and DM me the screenshot of it, and I will put it on a graph, and we'll do a raffle with whatever you guys donate. So, yeah, put the amount too. Show that you donated, put the amount, and that'll make it easier for me to put on a graph. And then, let's say at just about 2 hours in, we'll do our first raffle. First prize, since we're going to be helping Dodger out first to finish up his kit. I'm gonna raffle out this. Let me see. This is the replica of the coat of arms of the 151st Brigade. That's what Dodger's in right there. I'm gonna raffle all that out. Whoever wins the prize, I'll get you your address and I'll ship it out. But I got one of these on my wall too. This is made by Mini Medic Paints fella. He's really talented. He is also legally colorblind and he paints for a living. Or for a hobby. Pretty cool. Alright, that's gonna be the first one. Also, I'm gonna throw in with the first one a fella decal. Vinyl fella decal. This was made by Angie Pod and her family in Sacramento. Cool. All right, we'll get into that in a minute. But first, if you guys haven't already, join the Discord. It is going to be necessary for the raffle. If you don't want to raffle and you just want to help, let us know how much you donated in the chat so we can kind of keep a tally on how much we've earned so far. And this is all going to the frontline soldiers. First, we're taking care of my guy because I am personally invested into him seeing his 2 children again. And his buddies caught him taking a nap the other day. After like 3 solid nights of drone defense. And they took out, let's see, how many did they take out? His buddy snapped a picture of him when he was in the truck sleeping. They took out total that came through 94 drones, 9 ballistic missiles, and 4 other, from my understanding, from what I can read there. They put in some serious work. Lviv was struck, the power grid did go out, but it could have been so much worse if they weren't there protecting the skies. And you know, a lot of the fundraising and everything and the organizations, they're in Lviv, so they were protecting Lviv, and he took a napsies. It's Dodger. Here's one of the Shaheeds they took out the other day. I heavily edited this. P.O. Box is getting set up tomorrow when I leave town, and then I will have the P.O. Box. I will get it to you, LJ. So let me play this again. So here's Shaheed drone. If you guys can see, Shaheed is right here. This is the 50 cal coming out and smoking it off the back of that Ford Ranger. Huh? Pretty badass. So they're putting in some work. He is headed back to the front though. Defense is over. He's going to the 0. So he needs, I asked him, what do you need before you go? And he's like, I'd really like some new gear. So we got to get him new gear. And it's not a lot. Yeah, he's tired. They're all tired over there right now, for sure. But like I said, this is going to be facilitated through Paige in Kansas. The Give Butter link is pinned in the top of the chat. So if you guys donate, please take a screenshot of the receipt, tell me how much you put in, and put it in this Discord channel. Raffle screenshots right here. Inside of Renegade Chungus Operations Center Discord channel. Got it? I'll keep talking about it. Also, guys, to let you know, I am now partially, almost fully monetized. Do not send the donations through Super Chat. That is not what this is about. So if you send money through Super Chat, that is for the channel. I'm not going to be responsible for that money in there to go to the donations because A, I don't want to be in a position where I can be accused of doing something. And C, I suck at math, and I don't want to figure out what 70% of whatever it is you put in. And another one is I still have to make sure that the review process goes through 100%. So please, no donation money in the super chats, please, or stickers or any of that. Strictly through the link. Also, to mention, I just clicked on the link. This is where the link brings you. On the bottom here, organized by Ukraine Frontline Inc. This is a 501c3 public charity. There is an EIN number. This is tax write-off. If you write off your taxes, this is an excellent one to donate to. It is a tax write-off for you. So keep that in mind. Okay? Questions, comments, concerns. I know it's going to be a little trickier with the Discord. If you guys don't feel comfortable using Discord, you got to figure it out. That's how we're going to do this. It's a way to hold me accountable and hold everybody else accountable for transparency purposes, right? Cool. All right, that's what I got to say about that. That's all I got to say about that. We had a long night yesterday covering the news in LA. That was wild. It is getting absolutely wild. We'll check out her feed a little more. We'll check out our feed a little more. So that's 14th Mech Senior Sergeant. We've been helping for a while. Oh dang. That looks a little wild. Oh, also, guys, we're going to do this too. The first $100 donated is going to be a match donation. So if you guys are interested, in getting your tickets entered for the raffle we're going to do, also know the first $100 will be a match. You're going to scroll through her timeline a little bit. So she did have troops that lost everything in their position. They were pinned down for a while. They got out. Drone jammer antennas smashed off. Their last truck got destroyed as well. So, like I said, she's helping more than the 14th. And Dodger, she's helping a bunch of people, and she's over there right now. We had an interview with her the other night. And yeah, it was really cool. She was like, I gotta use Starlink. I'm like, well, even Rose is blue for shit, so... Here's some of the drones. There's a little drone action going. How coincidental. Oh, also coincidentally, Paige's birthday and the senior sergeants are the same. And it is also my 1-year anniversary for fundraising. It scrolled up on my timeline when I was pushing the first 14th Mechanized Brigade fundraiser. It was a year ago to date. So it's the trifecta of coincidental. So it only makes sense to push the fundraiser. Here's some of the drone strikes going everywhere. I can't even read that. She's got her own patch. Murder Horror. That's a hell of a kitty there. Bruh. That's a CIA pigeon right there. Yes, Spell. Do not donate to the fundraiser through super chats for me. It's gonna be that's for me doing this full time eventually. I don't want to take super chat money and put it into the fundraiser. Because YouTube takes 30% of whatever is super chatted, and B, I don't want to be liable for that. I don't want to have that mixed up. The super chats is gonna be strictly for my channel. I'm gonna make that very, very apparent throughout the rest of my streams for the rest of eternity. If someone screws up and accidentally does, then I'll, I don't know if I can refund it, I will. I don't know. If I can't, then I'll explain to him what happened and then, God, try to do math. But don't want to go through that struggle. That will be a nightmare for me. But yeah. Our long-term goal is to keep Chungus working from home with his 3 beautiful kids. Yeah, this is all true. Single dad working full-time. That is true. But for today, it's about the fundraiser. So just keep that in mind. Birds aren't real. This is a CIA bird drone. 100%. It actually looks like the CIA bird on one of those NAFO fellas that he's got a CIA bird on his shoulder, and that's hella funny. Birds aren't real. This is CIA drone. Holy cow. Bruh. Oof. So these are the hands of Rodya, a 24-year-old Ukrainian medic who was nearly killed again while defending his country, only 50 miles from where his family lives. While on patrol with 3 others, a Russian invader threw a grenade in their direction. Injured, he laid still on the ground pretending to be dead, hoping the attacker would move on so he could assist his fallen brothers. Instead, the lone enemy soldier approached and began shooting at them, likely intending to finish the job. Despite being struck by the 2 of the rounds, Rodya acted quickly, engaging the man in hand-to-hand combat. His teammates who have been alive or dead in... Wait, hold on. I read that wrong. His teammates, who may have been alive or dead in that moment, laid nearby as he struggled to overtake the invader. Rodya has several bite marks on his fingers from the struggle. He was finally able to subdue the enemy by pressing his thumbs into his eyes in order to save his team. He was then forced to eliminate him entirely. Damn, dude. The brutality of war. Thanks to his quick thinking and action, all 4 defenders received non-life-threatening injuries and lived. None of this would have happened if Russia hadn't illegally invaded Ukraine. This young man has spent the rest of his life reliving those horrible moments. War is indeed hell. God, that's terrible. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know if I could. Well, don't go that way. There it is. That's why Bert and Ernie do so well. Yeah, we're not gonna have the Bert and Ernie show on this channel, guys. We're not doing that. Let's see what else I can share. Yeah, I'll reshare some of this. I already shared some of it. You guys gotta know. We bought candy bars for snipers and other toiletries as well. This is for the 47th snipers right here. She was having dinner with him when I told him that my chat came up with a new slogan for the channel. And apparently they just start busting up laughing. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What else? Oh yeah, also I may or may not have bought some gifts for Natalia. Natalia was on the channel the other night, and I was really happy that she came on. She didn't have a PayPal. I'm like, her headset kind of fried out during the interview. Like, I accidentally muted her right before the interview started, and it like fried her headset. I felt hella bad. And she said later her headset was fine, but I felt bad, and I asked her if she had a PayPal, so I could buy her a new one. She said no, so I reached out to my buddy Maxime, and he went out and bought her a bunch of things with a couple bucks I sent her. Her favorite bottle of Prosecco, chocolates and flowers upon my request. Here, we'll do that. Look at that picture. And there she is getting it. That's my dude right there. He's a producer and a journalist. I want him to start doing English videos. I know he does. He has a YouTube channel, but it's in Ukrainian. I want him to see if he can. I'm about to ask him if he wants to start cutting in some English ones too. But yeah, the 14th. That's who we're focused on, along with Dodger. Right now, it's going to be Dodger. Let's see if I get any more Dodger. Yeah, I don't have any more filtered out Dodger. The thing is with these pics, I have to give a level of anonymity, just for the nature of warfare, if you know what I mean. Nick will be on. Nick's gonna be on in like an hour and a half. We're gonna have him on. We're gonna go for a very long stream today, guys. It's all about raising funds right now for Paige's birthday. And yeah, Paige's birthday and the 14th mech, and finishing off the kit for Dodger if we can. So let's get into, I've got some drone footage here. I just want to share some's old, but it was really touching on TikTok, and then just the craziness of it all. Let's go into it. And then also we'll cover what's going on in LA too on the stream. I want to peek into that as well. So we're gonna go skibbity. We'll jump back and forth for a while. All right, let me cut the music. Cutting music. Ukrainian soldiers discovered a Russian fiber optic FPV drone that can fly 12 miles from its launch site. 12 miles. Look at this. That's all fiber optic cable. All the way through the field. It's like flying spiders of death. Hundreds of miles of fiber optics. Oh no, of course, the infamous AI drones that came out of the back. This is just unreal.
Вот он, коптер опять взлетел. Откуда взлетает, ничего не понятно. Вот он, клоун. Оба ни с того ни с сего. Оба! Вот он еще один.
Дроны взлетают из КамАЗа прямо на заправке.
Drone warfare has changed forever. Absolutely changed forever. It's absolutely... War will never be the same now.
The twilight. A tiny window when perhaps you can unpack. Set up without the Russian drones that are always, always above, seeing you as clearly. Like so much in this fast-changing war, their task was unimaginable when Moscow invaded. Their target is on the horizon. Russia itself.
Can the cables be reused? I don't know. I don't have a clue if they can or not. I'm not sure. I'd imagine no. Fiber optic cables, no. Once they're damaged, I don't think they can. I think that's it. Once the fibers inside are frayed, I think it's not. I think it's more trouble than it's worth, to tell you the truth. But I don't know. I don't know much about them other than every time I've tried to repair a fiber optic cable, I was unsuccessful.
Which they fly and plant mines on key roads. They wait for dark.
Those lights twinkling over there on the horizon. That's Belgorod, Russia. How close they're operating towards Russian mainland.
Putin's latest offensive towards Kharkiv has made the fight personal for Artyom. His parents live about a 5-minute drive away, and fighting for his literal home is unsettling.
Волнительно, на самом-то деле. Они, 1,5 года не знали вообще, что я в боевой бригаде, что я под Бахмутом воюю. Я рассказал, что на блокпосты охраняю.
And now, for the first of many times, their only defence is to listen for drones.
Назад. Орлан летит. Прям над нами летит. Орлан.
It passes. Now it is dark, they must hurry.
Спокойно.
Russian drones have thermal cameras. They hear another.
Тихо. Лети. Так. No lights.
Battles raging nearby may help them go unnoticed. They resume. Any strike could also ignite the two mines.
Do those red lights really do they really help? I heard they're really not that effective at night. I heard that they're just as easy to see as regular light. Does anybody know about that?
They're fitting. But they hear another drone.
Бегом. Не даст нормально поработать, тварь. Ты сейчас...
Such an escalation over 2 years into the war. To now see Ukrainians flying drones of explosive straight into Russia.
Inside, Sasha watches it cross the border.
Ось кордон проходить.
Ти паспорт взяв сам? У мене безвіз.
Okay, yeah, we'll go into this clip in a minute. I wanted to look over. The light doesn't travel as far. I'll have to look into that. I heard that before, but I heard it wasn't, it really didn't make that much of a difference. Here's new air defense in Ukraine since the United States is cutting off aid. It's effective, though. Bro caught a fish. Can I pause it on the fish? Look. This is an old clip, but I think it's freaking hilarious. This is from last year. There's 2 Ukrainian fishermen going down the river, and there's a Russian drone over them. They throw a fish at it and hit it. That's gonna be me and Canty. It's gonna be me and Canty. Blue light is very visible. Okay, I'd imagine so. It has to do with your eyes on spectrum or the light spectrum. Ukrainian army recon team spotted a Russian soldier who decided to start walking home. Good for him. Ugh, can't handle that music. He's like, bye guys. Take care, I'm out. Wonder if he ever made it home. Alright, here's a little air-to-air combat. This thing's gonna go right on top of it. Dude, that's just, it's insanity. Like, drone on drone warfare now. Those are some big ones too. Look how high up those things are. It's insane. You gotta be such a skilled pilot to do that too. That's just Wild. You know, it'd be cool if a drone could land on the back of one of these and like hack into it and like take control of it like a host, like a symbiont.
Oba, tego pokój. Albo wgiby, albo nie wgiby.
That works. Just throw a stick at it.
So this is potentially the very first time that it's ever been recorded that an FPV drone struck a helicopter midair while it was flying. I'm pretty sure this is the first recorded video of this. So this video shows a FPV drone striking the tail rotor of an Mi-28 attack helicopter somewhere in the Kursk region of Russia. Now, I know at this point it's kind of like a broken record because we keep saying it over and over again that drone warfare is changing the entire battlefield forever. But here's something that not only is it changing the dynamic of the way that like battles are fought, it's also changing the dynamic of how logistics and supply chains work, because you can spend $1,000 on a little drone, modify it so that it can detonate and take out something, and that costs you $1,000, right? As opposed to a $16 million attack helicopter. Like, I'll tell you what, that's cheaper than the missiles you normally have to use to target a helicopter. Just saying, you can't win a war if you're broke.
Eventually, they're going to have like a Skynet of drones, I would imagine. Wouldn't you think? Like, I don't know how they would. I'm sure AI would do it, but think of like a wall of drones, like on, let's say, a demilitarized zone that could pick up and read from radar. They could read whatever's coming in, identify the target, program the information of what the target looks like, and fly up there and intercept it. I'd imagine that's to the point where it's going to be. We're already seeing that close to being what the case is with this technology. It's only going to get crazier. With AI and drones, it could be scary. It could be straight scary. I mean, you could have drones flying around identifying people. Let's say even in the United States, it puts your face into a system, and if you got a warrant, it goes and finds you. Like trying to take out a frisbee. And the sound of it, I mean, the sound of these things overhead, I heard, is just terrifying. That's gotta be just absolutely terrifying, hearing a buzzing over you. This one's an older footage, but this is a good one. So he's giving up. He's saying, if they catch me giving up, they're gonna kill me. So he doesn't want to fight. That's so crazy. His own people started trying to blow him up. That dude must have been so happy to get out of that situation, stuck at the front knowing he's gonna die, and that drone's able to drop something on him and tell him how to surrender and where to go. Can you imagine that? And then incoming, they're trying to kill him on the way out because they see him leaving his position. Dude. Here's a badass pilot, finds a hole in a net defense. They got hole nets all over the road. All over the top, and it looks like on the sides as well. Yeah, it's on the sides as well, too. But he's able to spot a hole in the net and go under it. Dude. That's wild. Let's see if I got any more drone footage. I might have saved some. I think I saved some. Yeah, right here.
We're in a trench. The room is less than 15 square meters, and that's where we're all going to sleep.
Okay, yeah.
It is also in this small space that they...
So this is like a 35-minute show, but since we're covering fundraising for drones and for armor gear and whatnot, we're going to play this and react to it. This is from a French journalist that was in the trenches.
Will pilot the drones. It's real quick. They don't spend more than 2 minutes outside. They just go there to set down the drones, and then they come back so as not to be spotted by the Russian drone teams.
Все, поехали.
Вставляю детонатор в снаряд.
Я взлетаю.
You have to get inside, you have to get inside.
Мещей сахара утык. Я рассматриваю как противника. Противник до мене приходить, я його уничтожаю. Поки що стартую, бо стріляють по мені.
Oh, they see the drone. They're running from the drone now.
Les drones les repèrent. The drones spot them with the thermal camera, which means they can see them at night. So there really is no escape. It's really scary. In the last 15 minutes, they've just eliminated 2 Russians, and it's not stopping.
Большинство случаїв, що шансів немає.
For Brute, I was able to follow a unit of FPV drone pilots from the Ukrainian Army's K2 battalion on the front line in the Donbas region in the east of the country. FPV means first-person view, which means the pilot's eyes are the drone's eyes. They are remotely controlled with an immersive headset and a radio controller. These are super...
Has anybody actually done VR before and flown? I did a VR flight, helicopter flight simulator, and I got so dizzy. Just after a few minutes, I had to stop. I haven't played it since. I actually put away my VR headset after that because it was just so intense. Like, you're moving around in your seat. It's craziness. They have to train. You have to prepare your brain for this sort of stuff. Guys, if you're just tuning in, what we're doing a fundraiser. We got a fundraiser going for Paige in Kansas, who is facilitating drones to the 14th mech. But right now, we're trying to wrap up Dodger's kit before he goes back to the front line in the 151st. And we are raffling this off right here. This is the coat of arms for the 151st. You will need to have the Discord for it, once again. So join the Discord channel. Inside the Discord channel, there is a spot for raffle tickets, for fundraiser raffle tickets. Put a screenshot of your donation in there, and every $5 will go to a ticket for a raffle. As soon as we start picking up here, I'll start when we get closer to the time where I'll call it. We'll call it and see who wins it, and I'll mail it to them. You can send me your information privately in Discord, but you have to be a member in the Discord to do it. The pin fundraiser is in the top. It's going through Paige in Kansas, and it's through a 501c3. We're going to get Dodger the rest of his gear needed. All right? Our goal today is $2,500 if we can. I know it's a huge ask. But we're going to keep going. Let's see if we can do this. Also, you're going to get a little NAFO fellow decal too. They work good on vehicles. It's kind of big, but they work good on vehicles. All right.
Super fast, very precise drones. And until recently, they were mainly used in the civilian sector. But with the war between Ukraine and Russia, they have been equipped with explosives and have become destructive weapons. Today, they are a major military and strategic issue in this conflict. I've wanted to do a report on this subject for a long time because 10 years ago, I witnessed the rise of the use of civilian drones by the Islamic State in the war in Iraq and Syria. But back then, they weren't FPV yet. 10 years later, it's this technology that has changed the entire morphology of battles between two regular armies. And you'll see, they have become a nightmare for soldiers on the ground. Since the beginning of the invasion in February 2022, Ukraine has invested massively in FPV drones for their efficiency, low cost, and ease of production. More and more pilots are being trained and sent to the front. The unit I was able to follow is one of the most renowned in the K2 battalion, and some of their combat videos have gone viral worldwide. For security reasons, I can't tell you or show you the exact area we went to and certain parts. Footage from the drones that you'll see will be blurred for the same reasons.
Là, il est It's 3 a.m. right now. It's pitch dark. There's hardly any lighting in the small town where we are. We are waiting for a team of Ukrainian army soldiers who will take us to the place where the dronists are. We're going on a rotation because the teams alternate, and I don't know at all if I'll be allowed to film inside the car, because I'm using a small infrared light so that you can see me, but it can sometimes be detected, and so the soldiers can forbid me from using this camera. If I switch it back on, I'm in the car. Otherwise, I'll meet you at the drone team's hideout.
Hello.
Hello.
Charles. Hello, Charles.
Ну, засвет такой нормальний же пойдет.
Ну, звісно. Ну, коротше, хлопці скажуть, коли вже краще видно.
Ага, ага.
So we were talking about infrared lights, the cameras, and on a big camera, like the one you're filming on, for example, it has quite a lot of lights and it has the beam. So the Russian drones will be able to see that beam of light from multiple kilometers away. Even though maybe for us it seemed like we can't even see it with the naked eye, for the right type of equipment you can see it very far away, and it's going to make us into a really nice target to hit.
For the moment, we are on a relatively safe road, but when we enter the red zone, it will become too dangerous to use the camera. So I'll have to turn it off.
Мы там подъезжаем, нам максимально оперативно надо, да?
Ну да, быстренько просто. Ну не геть там бігати, перечеплюватися.
Ну так, быстренько. When we arrive there, we have to be fast. Not like Usain Bolt fast, but fast. Okay? Що, забросиш щось?
Да, да зараз Кирюха подаш. Іди подаш.
Та давай, тримай. Это медицина всякая. Это там ребятам куда-то закинуть.
Now we're picking up the last of the drone pilots and we're off.
Сідаємо.
And we go.
We're off to the hideout, so I need to switch off my cam. And they've just told me that we'll be 4 kilometers from the Russian trenches.
Это вам. А, дякую.
Там узкий окоп.
А, я понял. Ну трошки таке було, да?
Ну. Да, пока что стало не так.
Okay, so we're in a trench, the room is less than 15 square meters, and that's where we're all going to sleep. And it's also in this small space that they will pilot the drones.
Кофе, чай?
Он не пьет ни кофе, ни чай.
Что хотите, то и дадим.
What is it? Homemade cookies, which his mum made. Wow. So with apricot jam, and I think this is with some other kind of jam. I don't know. They taste really good. What is вкусно очень?
You can say thanks to your mom.
So obviously I'm with Ignace, who is my fixer, translator, and colleague, and with whom I had already made a documentary about rescuers because he was a frontline rescuer before. And now I'm going to introduce the drone team.
Мене звати Ігор, я сапер.
Мой позывной Бумер, я оператор БПЛА.
Мій позивний Сахар, я командир відділення та оператор FPV.
There is a sapper, so he is the one who will arm the drones before they are sent over the Russian lines. There is a drone operator who is a bit like an assistant to the FPV pilot. He pilots Mavic, which are the biggest stationary drones that send a signal so that the FPV can go as far as possible. And then there is the FPV drone pilot.
А предохранитель стоїть?
Ну, цю щеку я викину. Я проверяв іменно, типа, якщо подрив виключений чи усаду. Вони ж не робити, понял?
When you arrive, what are the first things that you are checking when you come here?
Для начала проверяємо дрони. Чи кожен дрон, типа, споряджений, чи він працює, чи він армиться. Є нормальне відео для нормальної роботи, ну, типа, подальше. В случае какой-то там неисправности, потом иду, короче, проверяю там провода, кабеля, сигнал, да, то есть что там есть. ретрики воздушні, модуля. Вот. А так, типа, приїхав, у нас все практично постійно працює. Якщо не працює щось, ми просто там, блядь, короче, заміна у нас є. А так, в принципі, тут, в принципі, нічого що перевіряти, короче.
Okay. So there in the small room alone, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drones armed with explosives.
I put a picture of Dodger up while this is playing. This is for, we're going to wrap up his drone kit.
Des drones qui sont armés avec des explosifs. Ah non, il y en a aussi en bas. Il y en a 10 drones prêts à être envoyés pour un bombardement.
10 drones ready to be sent out for a bombing raid.
Thanks for being here.
Plusieurs dizaines de drones qui sont.
And there are also several dozen drones in these boxes and also over there that need to be armed with explosives so they can be sent over to the Russian lines.
Pour pouvoir être envoyés sur les lignes russes.
If you're just getting here, we'll recap in a bit how this is going to work with the fundraiser and also the item I'm raffling.
Ну так типа не полностью автономно, кто-то должен там.
Да, ну типа армия.
Ну вдруг типа сидишь, нехуй делать, ну поехали.
Не, можно сказать, типа, блядь, хочу там это.
Им можно.
Да, если у меня жопа чухается на пидора.
There is everything needed in a secure shelter to stay underground for several weeks. There is obviously enough to eat. There is water, there are generators for electricity, and there is also Starlink so they can have a connection. That way they can keep chatting with their family. It's 6 a.m. He told us that he wasn't supposed to attack right away unless an enemy is spotted. So I think we're going to try to get some sleep because in my opinion it's going to start around 8 or 9 o'clock.
Марс, відміть, де був розрив, де був розрив 155-ї. І покажи, куди їм треба підвестись.
We were just falling asleep when they warned us that another team of drone operators from their battalion was attacking Russians, in particular a soldier wounded during the day, and they had decided to finish him off during the night.
Тайфун по напрямку непогано, всього лиш треба далі. Може закінчити вже. Дякую вам. Ви пристрілялись.
The drones spot them with the thermal camera, which means they can see them at night. So there really is no escape.
Так, от зараз ми можемо наблюдати роботу по русским. Постріл.
So there, in fact, were 2 Russian soldiers who were evacuating a third who had been injured during the day and had been left out in the cold for hours and hours. They had finally come to get him, and then the Ukrainian drone operators finished him off and injured another.
Він там в кущиках приникався. Що, будемо його добивати, чи може цей?
It's really terrifying. In 15 minutes, they've just eliminated 2 Russians and it's not stopping.
There's 2 soldiers. There's more. 1, 2, 3 at least.
The little white dots that you see moving on the screen are Russian soldiers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7? Це 7 там?
Рошен, це вони всі перейшли вже туди, чи вони йдуть їм на зустріч?
Yeah, same with the OPSEC and the soldiers, them showing their face. They've agreed to showing their faces on there, so they are comfortable with it. Even Dodgers agreed to show his face. I blur his face out. I ask him to put his face up because of that reason. I don't feel, if they feel comfortable doing it, then there's no one going to stop somebody from showing their face. But for me, I do my best to keep their anonymity, if that makes sense. But yeah, on a exclusive like this, and there's journalists there, and they agree to it, then it is what it is.
Це йдуть на зустріч. Вони, походу, щось несли і була детонація, тому що там до сих пор БК детонує, невеликі взриви. І це, походу, вони йдуть на допомогу.
Так, а ну, Рошен, контролем, де вони йдуть?
C'est fou parce qu'en fait, it's crazy because in fact when they're not droning and attacking their positions, there are always other Ukrainian teams that are attacking the Russian positions.
D'attaquer les positions russes.
Рошен, відлітайте на всякий випадок, щоб не підстрелили.
Так, пане Озере, Так, Мирослав, наводжуся.
This is the Russians behind the Russian lines. They're moving their troops up.
Бля, пиздец, сидишь как экшн кино.
Каскад уважно дивиться свій передній край.
Да, ветер сильный и дождь будет.
Погода испортилась. К примеру, а тем более, если есть дождь. Заляпаю постоянно камеру. І от представимо, що ми їдемо на кар машині. А представимо, що ми їдемо на машині і йде дощ. Лобове стекло постійно протирається чим? Дворниками. На FPV дворників немає. От, і наляпує постійно в камеру вода. І таким чином у нас закривається весь обзор картинки, яку ми бачимо. Вот. Ну и в большинстве случаев такие дроны теряются, не долетают до цели, если такая погода. Бум. Все. Пошли.
They start working. They're gonna be hitting those guys now.
Смисл, це в нас кажуть на них вуса, так, по-нашому. На самом деле робимо круги, розполагаємо перед дроном. Коли дрон залітає в цель, вуса замикаються, йде контакт, тут напряження йде на обох все. Йде контакт і замикає контакт на детонатор. Происходить взрив.
So, it's accelerating. They've been ordered to attack this group of Russians.
Oh, you're gonna go have to advise them because I'm airing it.
So there are two people who are going to go out to set up the drones and make them take off. And the pilot prepares to navigate his FPV drone. You'll see it's rapid. They don't spend more than 2 minutes outside, they just go out to place the drones, and then they come back so as not to be spotted by the Russian drone teams. So right now they are taking the drone out to make it take off. That's why they've equipped themselves, in case they're also targeted. Daylight is starting to appear.
Yeah, not to mention this is an old coverage. There's snow on the ground. They've moved their positions probably 1,000 times, and yeah. You know, I'm sure the Russians have a list of 1,000,000 miles long of Ukrainians they want to kill, but they kind of want to kill all Ukrainians. So, high value target, yeah, perhaps, but finding them is another thing.
Base is outside. They're going to make it take off now.
Мішей сахара летить.
Сахар, там в тебе якраз під тобою були сліди.
А що це за хуйня? Ось накрита.
Ну, возьми правее.
Raise
Там будет как раз как вход в него, понял?
В блиндаж.
Да. Его вон двигается, ходит там.
Та тут там ветки.
Да нет, уж видно было.
Вход, бачишь?
Вон,
Да, бачу.
вон, видишь,
Вон
там
стоит, вон
двигается.
стоит же.
Та где?
Вон, там где у тебя сейчас семерка, Шрайк 7. Вон там
Ну, то
вход.
там
и там
дырка
только что,
просто.
и там только что двигал, ходил. Вон
было,
сейчас,
вот
вон
опять.
высовывается.
Та це, блядь, ось дерево, йопересете. Хочуть ну ще походи, бачиш? Зараз він там буде ходити, скільки захоче. Давай ще. Ні, там нема нікого.
You have to understand that what these drones are doing with the FPV on the Russian lines, the Russians are doing exactly the same thing on the Ukrainian side.
So another thing is it just me, or does it seem like the Russians have way more of the fiber optic drones than the Ukrainians, or at least more footage of it? And that's concerning. I feel like 100%. I don't, I can't say positively, but it feels to me like they are getting this fiber optic cable from China, which is a real big concern. It's wild to think of that China is helping them so much, but most of the fiber optic drone footage that I've seen is coming from the Russian side, and that's lame. I've seen some innovations on the Ukrainian side, but for the majority, When I think of fiber optics on a drone, I think of the Russians, unfortunately.
So even if they are not very close to the close combat, there is also a huge risk for these teams.
An FPV unit, like the one we're with now, it's a very good target because it's a high value target. It's more valuable, for example, than a couple infantry guys because the damage these guys can do.
Yeah, I get it, Mad Max. It is what it is. A lot of these guys don't think they're coming back from this war, and they at some point they're just like, I don't give a shit if you show my face or not. So their mentality is like completely different than us too. Yeah, if I had it my way, their faces would be blurred 100%. 100% in agreement with you. But yeah, it's already been aired. It's public, but they should definitely. I always tell Dodger, cover your face, cover your face, cover your face, cover your face, and then he sends me stuff and his face isn't covered, so I blur it. And then he's starting. Hey, he's starting to get the idea, but. On the front line and you're surrounded by drones all the time and your buddies are getting hurt and people are getting wounded, I'm sure the mentality behind them changes and they just say, you know what, screw it.
Infantry guys can do. The 3 infantry guys might be able to hold the position.
But yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely destroy it. Like in a day they can send 20 drones, 10, 20 guys dead. No problem.
I gotta fix that.
Так я пока что минус заглушила.
I got my fat faces here.
Что, камуль, делаем камуль чи нет?
А что с этим?
Не, уже не получится.
Это рэп действует?
Ага. Опа, не, нормально. Нормально, едем. А, блядь, опять.
There's a buggy coming. They wanna hit the buggy.
Yeah, some of them want to be famous. Some of them want like, hey, show me on your show, for sure. But then that goes back to the mentality of them just kind of saying whatever happens at that point. And it also it's sort of a statement like, I'm not afraid of the Russians. I'm not afraid of retaliation. I'm here to win the war. They should be afraid of me. I'm sure that mentality's there too.
Не вдається. Поки що держу я. Та ні, там розрядилась вже батарейка. Це ж ми перевіряли цей осколок, так? Да? Осколок це перевіряли? Так. Да. Там один канал работал? В даний момент ми попали під дію РЕП. Залишили нам іменно відеозв'язок. Управління було нормально. Із-за того, що вони там перекривали своїм сигналом, нам, виходить, вішали штору, і наша картинка пропадала. У нас розрядилась батарейка чисто від того, що вже просто вона не вивозила до кінця. Дрон упав, нічого страшного, в наступний раз буде краще.
There's a lot of artillery fire going from the Ukrainian side towards the Russian side. We can hear them, but from time to time there are also Russian artillery shots that come from our side and land 1 or 2 kilometers in front of us.
Go.
Вам не приходилось спилювати в срочному порядку?
Один раз чуть, так не зробили. Але успокоїлись.
Чуть не зробили?
Да.
Тобто, якщо твою точку дном запалять, ти просто сидиш і все, вже надіюся, що обойдеться.
Ну да. Якщо з нами, то да. Если есть, конечно, какие-то...
So if they feel their area has been compromised, they stay there anyways. That's got to be insane.
Варианты куда-то перебегать, и если вот прям по тебе уже...
Wait, Adam, you think you donated, but you don't know?
То можно...
All right, that's a good time to stop and cover this one more time then. That's pretty funny. So, donating is fine to the Pin Fundraiser. If you guys want to enter the raffle, you have to be in the Discord. Inside the Discord, I'll pull it over again. I know it's going to take a little work for you guys to do, but this is, for me, I feel like this is the best way to do it. Inside of Renegade Chungus Operations Center, the Discord, underneath the fundraiser, there's a channel. It's called Raffle Screenshots. You put your screenshot of the donation there. Tell me how much it was when you put it in there, and then I'm going to put you in for a raffle for this later on today. This is an emblem of the 151st. This is the coat of arms. It's a good wall piece. And that's who, right now, we're trying to finish up Dodger's kit. Once we get Dodger's kit, it's going to go straight to the 14th Mechanized. Our goal today is $2,500. It's a huge ask. I know it is. But it's Paige's birthday, and it is also the 14th Mechanized Brigade's Senior Sergeant's birthday as well. And it's also my 1-year anniversary for fundraising. So if you guys can help out, donate to the pin fundraiser. Put a screenshot minus anything that might be confidential. You blur it out into the Discord showing me that you did it, and I will put you in the raffle for today for that. That's how we're doing that.
А дійти на другу там якусь позицію. Та потім завали просто, та все. Теж потім ще відкапувати треба буде. Це все время, ну.
Adam, you should have a receipt in your email then.
Тобто, а якщо де-то там рядом падає, то лучше посидіти, тобто сісти там, і все, молиться, блядь, креститься.
Oh, also, like I was saying, the first $100 is going to be a match donation, so your money's going to stretch out a little farther.
Так, ну що, включай.
Home point updated.
Here we go again.
Це ударили вже.
Yeah, this chat seems pretty on spot. Facebook is toxic, Sonny. Like, it is toxic. And if that's where you're going to communicate with other people, you expect it to be that way. There's so many toxic people on that platform. I'm willing to say that Facebook is more toxic than X at this point. Wholeheartedly, I can say that because, you know, a lot of us have people we know from the past in there that were what we thought were good people, and then they express their outrageous political views or lack of knowledge on a subject in there wholeheartedly, and it's more personal, I feel like, on Facebook, and they just it's dumb. I can't stand engaging with some of the people that I used to work with or know in the past with their political views on Facebook. It is the worst.
Пацаны. Дарвин? Да, да. Ну, начал.
Сахаров, дай секунду, хай выветрится. Может, кто-то выбегать будет.
Сейчас подую, чтобы, короче, это, развеял ветер.
Сахар заходит, запись сделай, КамАЗ.
Оскар, насчитал 11 и вроде УЗМ-ка стоит. Да, и УЗМ-ка тоже стоит. Ну, отзумируй, чтобы я понял, где ТМ-ки заканчиваются.
So what has just happened is that they spotted Russian soldiers who had taken refuge in this hole in the trench. And they went to blow up a drone at the entrance to try to eliminate them or bury them alive. And to make sure they succeeded, they're going to send another one in behind. All the drone battalions do that, and Sugar is one of the most effective FPV drone operators for tracking down soldiers in the trenches. A few days before I arrived, he eliminated several Russian soldiers in just 1 hour. He first spotted this man.
Дуже смішать мене такі русські, які вважають себе, блядь, ну я не знаю, отпетами, можна так сказати. І, блядь, оскорбляють. Там показують факи, там, блядь, та бе-бе, блядь. Ну, після того, як ми це бачимо, ми починаємо їх уничтожати, блядь, мстити, можна так сказати.
A few seconds later, the camera of the stationary drone films the attack of Sugar's FPV, which drops an explosive on the soldier.
Oh, dude. And he tripped.
Soldiers then come to his aid and drag him under a camouflage net. That's a bit further on to try to shield him. But Sugar returns again and bombards their position.
He obviously twisted his ankle in that because he fell first, got cover, twisted his ankle, and they had to carry him away, right?
After this strike, none of the Russian soldiers would actually come out. It is extremely difficult for foot soldiers to escape the drones whether day or night, and even more so when they are not in trenches protected by trees and branches.
Ну, йому просто не повезло, що він знаходився вне окопа, ну, на поверхності. І не було ніякого укриття рядом. По поводу цього вопросу, якщо стаєшся сам на сам, і в округі немає нічого, крім одного поля, тобто все пространство його, то, мені кажеться, шансів на виживання дуже мало. Єдина причина може бути в тому, що яка та проблема, либо РЕР, либо РЕП. Тобто, либо тебе заглушать, але якщо його не заглушать, він в тебе попаде. Він тебе буде ганяти 20 минут, ти будеш 20 минут бігати, а це все залежить від батарейки. Чим більше батарейка, тим більше ти можеш провисіти в воздухі. І наскільки у тебе хватить виносливості бігати від нього, пригати, уворачуватися, настільки ти і виживеш. Ну, типу.
А так воно закінчується?
Да. І просто закінчується, опускаються руки, люди просто вичихають, і вони вже не хочуть нічого. Некоторі просто падають, некоторі просто стоять, некоторі розворачуються і просто йдуть, а ти вже в них там. Тобто, більшість случаїв, що шансів немає.
They do a really good job on this too, blurring out anything sensitive. I really appreciate that about this platform. It makes it easy for YouTube.
You know how many drone attacks you did through the years?
Я не атакую, я защищаюсь.
Вилітів.
Вылетел? Очень много. Но больше 5000 точно. Даже 10. Я даже не могу посчитать просто.
Do you have an idea of how many targets you hit?
В формате именно пехоты больше 300-500. 500 десь. Це піхоти. Може більше. Чесно, не вважаю, не знаю. По техніки поменше, звісно, не таке кількість.
500 infantrymen this guy's talking about for targets that he's been a part of.
Але теж нормально. Думаю, единиц 50. Є.
Ты гордишься своей работой?
Да, я люблю свою работу.
He loves his job.
Sometimes about all the Russian soldiers you've killed on the front line?
Не хочу думать. Они не заслуживают моих мыслей о них. То есть я не трачу время на такие мысли. Я рассматриваю его как противника. Противник до мене приходить, я його уничтожаю. Так само, я думаю, він на мене теж, так само думає на мене, що я його противник. Тільки я тут захищаю, а він нападає. То як чоловіка його розчитываю, не можна розглядати. Це, захватчики. Вони привикли цим жити, можна сказати. А в наше время так не прийнято.
So it's 12:30, and it's time for the lunch break.
Такого, як графіка, немає. А робота у нас нестабільна, можна так сказати. І намагаємося вмащувати тоді, коли освободилось время. Помить.
А кто вас снабжает?
Держава, волонтеры.
Ну, держава и мавики тоже дают?
Да.
Типа, если проебешь, будет новый сразу же, как бы. Не надо так.
Что они там хватают? Что-то появилось? Кто-то взлетает, да, уже.
They might kill someone. This Seargant, they found a target. Трое, одного тащит? Не, двое. Трое, да. Oh, they see the drone. They're running from the drone now. Бегут с дрона. Бегут.
Эколог.
А он со скидом?
Да.
The Russians were lucky. The explosive didn't go off, so they managed to escape. But every time it's a close thing, it's terrifying.
Навзаєм.
And even when you eat, you look at the screens, you look at what's going on.
Когда ешь, тоже смотришь, наблюдаешь.
Да. Так можна нічого, ну, якби так помягче, не проїбати.
Did you know each other before joining K2?
В екіпажі? Ні. Ні, не знали. Дуже багато хороших людей я узнав під час цієї війни. Да, і потеряли там, і, ну, але дуже багато і знайшов собі товаришів, братів, можна так сказати. Хоча різні, ну, постійно з різних областей всі. Ну, я думаю, після окончання війни будемо підтримувати зв'язок і жариться сісочки, які то м'ясо.
When they're not flying, they're practicing on a flight simulator.
Where do I get a flight simulator like this? I want to know.
It's crazy. They never stop, never ever.
Щоб летіти вперед, ми даємо направлення. При повороті поворачуємо двома стіками. Побачив цель, направо.
Actually, that's how they train for the toughest things. Because the virtual game is very close to reality, such as entering a building through a window, etc. And then there are things that they manage to reproduce in operations every day.
Трохи приспусти ще. От в цьому квадраті кружи. Бо воно буде постійно тебе вибивати.
Блядь, меня закашивает так. Оп.
Поворачуєш, опять же, тільки газ сильно не трогай і контролюй при повороті газ теж. Двома стіками. Сильно накидуєш вперед. Там. Нічого страшного. Ти бачиш, ти вже зрозумів, як ти вперед летиш.
Every day, the battalion's FPV drone teams also have material and strategic targets, such as vehicles, cannons, but also antennas. And they've indeed spotted one they wish to destroy. But the problem is that we heard a drone pass over the trench, and since then the bombing has intensified. It's just after 12 and we've already heard several grads land a few hundred meters away. The scrapers are missiles fired by rocket launchers mounted on trucks. They are not very accurate, but can do a lot of damage.
Все, на старт. Сахар. На старт. Сейчас, подожди. Плюс.
All right. All right, get ready, guys. The next 5 people to drop a Ukrainian flag in the chat get put in the raffle with a ticket for free. Let's go. Ukrainian flag in the chat. First 5 get a free ticket. Shout out to Nikki.
Включаю детонатор, вставляю детонатор в снаряд. Ну, скотчем просто ми, щоб не випав детонатор, так як тут немає різьби. Все, детонатор підключений, ЧК вставлено, детонатор в заряді. Все, при зльоті ЧК видернеться і дрон буде вже в бойовій готовності. І полетить вражати ціль. Нам треба швиденько використати.
2 spots left. Whoever puts the Ukrainian flag in the chat gets a free ticket for the raffle. Hi, Martin. Vlad, that's not Ukrainian flag. My guy. Ukrainian flags only in the chat. 2 spots left.
You have to get inside.
Vlad.
Here?
Okay, the real Vladimir Putin gets -6 tickets. BB, that's a ticket. I see Ukrainian flag. 1 ticket left for free, guys. Whoever drops the next Ukrainian flag.
Three grads landed about 100 meters from us. We heard it, and the Brewster shock, it was pretty close. So we go and we hide and we stay inside now.
1 free ticket left.
Комбат, ось капані, він
Who wants in the
закритий.
raffle
Ну,
for
там,
free?
щоб
Drop
мені
Ukrainian flag.
Де? Отам далі?
Знизу
Стріляю.
All right, Adam.
Да. Видно пулю.
The audio I recorded, it's the unique sound of FPV. This is the constant sound that Russians hear throughout their day, every minute of each passing hour. Some of them are constantly flying overhead and making that noise.
Ні, є містяк, але самої техніки не бачу. Поки що стартую, бо стріляють. Хороше. Так, ну підлітав, бачив 3 машини, стояли, ждали, не встиг долетіти, збили за стрілецькою зброєю.
He was preparing to bomb a Russian position with vehicles, but his drone was shot down by an automatic rifle, according to them. So now they're going to launch a drone right away and head back.
Плюс.
I go again. So,
They are starting to take drones from their stock. So that's the 8th drone since about 3 a.m. So it's really back to back.
Ну там, где твой крестик, вот там блиндажи их.
Got it, Steve. Thank you.
А зайди со стороны пацанов, ты можешь со стороны пацанов выйти? Справа получается. Перелети просто эти ветки.
А, оця, я понял.
Там прямо на лоб вниз блядь, лоб такой.
Є антенна, бачу.
Один пакет. Хата стоит.
Есть. Це були антенни пілотів.
Нормально. Хорошо зашел.
There's someone DM me also. There's multiple people in the raffle now, Steve.
Я прям в антенну просто дотронувся.
Would you say that FPV drones are one of the most efficient weapons on the battlefield right now?
Я уверен. Я уверен в этом. И это только начало. Дальше будет больше. Больше разработок, больше идей. Все будет практически в дронах. Потому що це ефективність. Це дуже ефективно. Подивитися дуже багато відео, яке є підтвердженням, тому що FPV немаловажну роль грає в цій війні і дуже сильно виручають і спасають. Дуже багато життів, які б могли б не закінчитися. Тобто дуже багато життів могло б не закінчитися, якщо б це, можливо, було б раніше. Тобто це дуже ефективна зброя. Я вважаю, що вона стане одна із перших і, можна сказати, як авіація. Похожа на авіацію.
You spent a lot of time on the front line since the beginning of the war. What do you think will happen in the near future?
Що все закінчиться скоро, ми вернемо всі свої території і будемо розвиватися, стремитися в НАТО, в Євросоюз, щоб були такою самою європейською страною, як і всі. Ми достойні цього.
Ты веришь в это?
Да, конечно.
This is the end of the video. Don't forget to subscribe to Brute's YouTube channel so you don't miss our next field report. See you soon.
Shout out to Brute America for that. That was freaking awesome coverage. They definitely get a follow. I already reposted that. It was amazing coverage. Amazing coverage. And a good time to talk about drones and what we're doing today. So let's get back into that. Let's get back into that. Okay, so far I'll pull it up right now from the gifted tickets. Here's how we're doing it. I'm putting everybody on a spreadsheet. Everybody's going on a spreadsheet like this. It'll have a number next to you. And then whatever it is at the time, I think we're at 2 o'clock, probably the next 30 minutes. Right when we're about to have Nick on, we're going to do the raffle. And basically whoever's on here, we're going to pick the numbers on the side here. 1 through however many. And then we're going to put that number in here and we're going to spin the wheel, and whatever number it lands on correlating to here wins it. And then you can DM me where to send it to in Discord. Don't put it in Raffle screenshot where you want it sent, so we don't have your personal address. You can DM me. And then I'll mail it off to you. And then you win the prize. So far, Steve's got 4 tickets in. 4 times the chance, guys. That's how we're doing that. Right now, what we're doing is we are trying to wrap up Dodger's gear. Paige is going to facilitate it, but I want to make sure she gets the money due for it. He needs new gear. He's going to upgrade. This is Dodger. Let's see where the other picture. I have another picture too. I have another picture. Oh, here we go. Been on drone defense for a while. He was near Pokrovsk in a lot of the battles. He did suffer a concussion. He was out there with pneumonia and a concussion from a drone that almost blew him up. That's where he got the nickname Dodger from. I believe it was a drone. And then he ended up finally getting to the hospital, getting treatment. They did a bunch of blood work. Came back fine, got rotated to the back on drone defense. And they've been just swatting the Shaheeds. Right here. Shahed. Shahed down in the woods. But he's going to go off of drone defense soon, getting rotated back to the front, to the 0. And he's not going out there. He's not going out there wearing this. He needs better gear. That's what we're going to facilitate. And then we're going to, after that, we're going to switch it to the drones for the 14th. But this is all being facilitated through this wonderful human being right here. Paige in Kansas. It is her birthday, guys. It is her birthday. It is also the senior sergeant of the 14th Mechanized Brigade's birthday as well. Here's the post I showed earlier. I'm going to keep plugging this throughout the stream so we're on the same page, everybody that's in the chat. Here's Paige. There's Serhiy, the senior sergeant. He's been the guy that we've been helping since day 1 of fundraising. Him and the 14th Mechanized Brigade. The man... I had a video sent to me a long time ago. I'll air that in a second. The man speaking in English died before I could get the first fundraiser started. I'll air that too to make you understand why this one's so important to me. It all started helping this man though. A-Dog. A-Dog is relatives with Angie Pod that's in the chat, one of my personal friends from the city. They reached out to me to help a year ago, or a year and a half ago, really. And they sent a list. They were sending letters out to the families and relatives asking for stuff. And I'm like, have them make me. And she said, hey, can you help? I said, I will try my best. I can't promise you anything. Make me a video. And they made me a video. They made me a video. And that's where it all started. Where's my silly little channel? Here it is. Here's the first video I made appealing for help. The man speaking in the video was killed in action before I could get the fundraiser going.
NAFO. We are soldiers of 14 separate mechanized brigade, asking you to help us to buy Mavic drones, FPVI drones, and generators, pickups for evacuation, or anything that you can help us with from this list. So we are very thankful in forward, and thanks to all our American friends who are supporting us and who help us. Thank you. Goodbye.
He died sometime, I think, in March. Sent me this video right before Christmas, December, and he was killed in action in March, I believe, before I could get the fundraiser facilitated. I reached out to a lot of larger platforms. The only ones that really helped to get me help was Andrew Mercado Media, and then I got desperate and I posted it on X, and Paige in Kansas jumped in and said, I can help you. Because she could tell it fucked me up pretty good. It still does. But eventually we were able to get supplies. They got like circular saws. Here's a video of them receiving one of the generators.
От волонтери нам доставили такий генератор. Дякуємо дуже. Надіюсь, він нам дуже-дуже пригодився. Зараз покажу, що він там всередині, який він.
Зараз передам камеру.
Ось тут такий документ, ось такий апаратик. Надіюсь, він дуже-дуже нам підійде. Дякую.
Дякуємо, хлопці, за підтримку. Дякуємо за генератор. Слава Україні!
So we were able to facilitate that, and ever since then we have been Paige, while I was doing the last Car for Ukraine fundraiser, was supplying them with stuff when they asked. But that's how it all started. That's how we started supporting the 14th, and that was yeah, that's how it all started. That's when I started. That's the whole reason I made this video.
My fundraisers, my fundraisers, my fundraisers, ay, ay. My fundraisers, my fundraisers, my fundraisers, ay, ay, ay. Coming to a town near you, it's the most famous bunch of bonkers repping the FO crew. We raising money better than other fellas do, and we giving it all to this SAU. We stumble through your hood like we drunk on some beers, but all my fellas leaning on the Monkavattnik tears. So when you see say, hey, it's time to give it up today, don't you dare look away or unfollow, I just may. Yeah, I see you scrolling, but no boosting, you just trolling. If you broke as fuck, tweet out for other fellas who be rolling in the Fetty, the Mayo, the Skrilla, scratch that payroll. No slacking on your duties or go straight to Vatnik jail, cause my fundraiser's active, my fundraiser's active. My fundraiser's active, 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 my fundraiser's. Don't get on this nice and fun can make you feel really great. But we out here stacking bread for the 14th Met Brigade. So shell it out like an oyster freshly pulled off a rock, or we gon' shake your ass for that 5 spot in your sock. A little goes a long way when we all pitching in. Time to dig up all that change from that couch you're sitting in. There's no time left to wait, we gotta all donate. Bust it out, make it rain, and show we pro-Ukraine. Cause Fundraiser's active, my fundraiser's active, my fundraiser's active, Fundraiser's active, my 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 fundraiser's Bunking on misinfo can make you feel really great, but we out here stacking bread for the 14th Met Brigade. So shell it out like an oyster freshly pulled off a rock, or we gon' shake your ass for that 5 spot in your sock. A little goes a long way when we all pitching in. Time to dig up all that change from that couch you're sitting in. There's no time left to wait, we gotta all donate. Bust it out, make it rain, and show we pro-Ukraine.
So after Andrew Ricardo aired that video like twice on his channel, after everything was set up and the fundraiser was facilitated by Paige in Kansas, it took 6 days. It took 6 days to finish. It took 6 months to figure out how to facilitate it. It took 6 days to finish. And since then, some of the original items purchased, we got them night vision too. They got night vision. They might have even got thermal. I can't even remember now. I think they got thermal too. But they got saws, equipment they needed for their dugouts, bunch of bug spray, because the bugs were really bad where they were. They were near Kupiansk, I believe, at this time. Kupiansk. Bug spray, other gifts inside of the boxes there. And then later on, while I was doing C4U, Paige was taking care of them and wasn't even telling me. They needed tarps for their dugout. This was in late winter, early spring. I believe it was early spring. Early spring. And they got more generators as well. Here's more of the 14th. More of the 14th. And they've been in it, man. Some of these guys are already gone. More of the 14th. Some of these guys didn't make it, too. So we got to continue to help them. This war sucks. Curvature saw for the dugouts. And then also this video that we got recently.
Здоров'я. Ми зараз знаходимося на гарячій точці на Куп'янському напрямку. Хочемо звернутися за допомогою до всіх небайдужих на Mavic 3T, які будуть нам допомагати нищити ворога. Всі разом до перемоги. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
That's the latest video we got from them asking they need help. They want help. They are in the shit. You can hear the bombs going off in the background. These guys are frontline fighters. There's no question about it. It's the real deal. And the way we can help them. Let me see if I should close some of these instead. What am I doing minimizing? It was a long day yesterday. Where can you find the clip for that? You just go on to my videos. I have a video column on my YouTube channel. All the old videos are there. For now. I'm still waiting to get reviewed to see if I broke any of the rules back then because I was a little wild. I don't think I did. I kept it pretty civil. But all of my old videos, I have playlists here. But there's home, videos, shorts, live. It should be under playlist. It'll be under Renegade Chungus videos. And then all the videos are there. Like this one.
Hog tour, got you spitting on my bits. And April fellas always repping with bomb hits. We wipe you out like toilet paper does the shits. Serve you up like cheesy eggs, bacon and some grits. We are in your walls and we better than your cause. My Shiba Inu hungry, gonna bite you with his jaws. Designer keyboard ready for a pause. We posting memes, original with no flaws. We bone controls online for the cause. We never slow down, sleep or take a pause. We rolling deep in the fetty, that's our cause. We fundraising money, bone controls and breaking the laws. And we crazy smooth brain, don't ignite us. Bump until all my phalanges get rheumatoid arthritis. And that's why nobody ever wanna fight us. Needful fellas never stop like a train. trainer virus. And we barking, biting, bonking, biting, wagging tails when we hit the night. Sparking, lighting, igniting like a bomb. Viewers though, naval fellas be better than all your bots know. And we got no leader, I am the boss. 10,000 deep when we creep, ain't no time to floss like an owl. We don't sleep, we about that box. Telegram to the X, we about the cause. And our moves are so fluid like we made of water. Blowing warships up, you ran out of solder. You might think you're hot, but my game is harder. Take a chick to the tunnel like Octua got her. Till the end we will rep, that's all we gotta do. Tearing up the set with Nate on its crew. We bustin' rhymes in the beats like all the fellas do. Better check yourself before my doggies do. Got you spitting on my bits. The NAFO fellas always reppin' with bomb hits. We wipe you out like toilet paper does the shits. Serve you up like cheesy eggs, bacon and some grits. We are in your walls and we better than your cause. My sheep I eat you hungry, gonna bite you with his jaws.
While that was playing, I was able to put everybody else into that donated into the list as well. So that was a good time fill. But yeah, all my old videos are here. The one of Pete that everybody really loved that I made right when he passed is in there. There's all sorts more people yeah, the 14th Mechanized when they reached out. There was another one in the background we did, my friends in Sacramento asked for. And then I've got stuff in there like interview with Dmitry Morzov. He's an Azov defender who was in captivity for 6 months. This is one of my earlier ones at my first Ukrainian rally I went to. But he was in captivity for 6 months. He was in Mariupol at the steel factory. And his family was being hunted by the Spetsnaz, and he escaped, or they escaped. He was captured with everybody else that was there in Mariupol, and he was traded back after 6 months, and he moved to the United States, and he's one of my friends. First off, what is your first name? And what unit were you with? What brigade?
I was in National Guard 3057.
And how long have you been in the United States?
I'm here about a few months.
What do you like about the United States since you've been here?
It's a freedom, you know. You can live here not afraid about your life, you know, the rules.
And
I'm in Sofety now here with my family.
And you were from what part of Ukraine?
I am from Mariupol.
From Mariupol.
Yes.
So yeah, I've got a lot of interviews like that in here. Another couple. I'm looking back. Geez, I forgot I recorded a bunch of these. But yeah, they're all inside of the videos column in there. But yeah, a little bit of my independent journalism, some of my what the hell? Some of my meme videos as well. The meme videos really kicked it off for some of the fundraisers. Some did better than others. Some that I didn't think would do good did well. And then there was some I just scrubbed. Yeah, he's a badass. Dmitry goes to Washington to Razom 2 and advocates. I'm pretty sure Mercado met him too. They were all down there. I've got some stashed photos of that somewhere. I've got a lot of photos. Anyways, so yeah, that's how it all started, and that's where we're at. And it just so happens we're like on the 1 year anniversary when that was going on, when the fundraising happened. I saw it pop up on my Facebook feed at the, yeah, and it was like, wow, perfect timing. Right around the time I started, right around it's Paige's birthday today, Staff Sergeant's birthday today. It all just kind of goes together. All right, let me do some math real quick here on this column to see if it's time to do the $100 match. I think it is. Not quite there yet. We're not quite. Oh, wait. Almost there. We're at like $85 so far. $85. Almost at the $100 match. We'll get there soon. I know we will. Goal is 2,500 a day. It's going to be a long stream. I'm going to stay here until we get there, or my stream has to end. So let's just a little at a time. If that's what it takes, that's what it'll take. If you guys could, if you haven't already, share the stream out. That'll help a lot. Where is that? Share the stream out if you can. Let everybody know what's going on over here. I don't really care how long it takes. I'm going to go as long as I can and try to make our goal. It's a huge goal. I know. This is a big ask. This is a big ask, but I feel like I owe a lot to Paige, first off, for being such an awesome fucking human being. And then I want to make sure the 14th and Dodger get what they need. I want to make sure Dodger gets back home because he is headed to a bad spot. A bad spot. I see some people were sharing out earlier. That's very nice. X is kind of a dead platform for me now, though, to tell you the truth. I don't really have a lot going on there. But yeah, you guys got to join the Discord if you want in the raffle. So here, I'll plug that again real quick. He's shaking some couch cushions. I know. If you can't do it, you can't do it. It's fine. I mean, you've already helped. Especially you, Michelle. You've already thrown in a bunch today. Thank you. But it is what it is. We're going to try to do what we can, right? That's what we're here to do. And if we don't make it today, then we'll make it tomorrow. But that's going to be the goal. That is the goal. And eventually I'm transitioning to the Car for Ukraine fundraiser as well. So that's coming also. But for now, this is what we're doing. We're pushing it. Let's check in on Oksana Vodkovich. Paige has a Russian lady that's stalking her. And we'd like to keep tabs on her, make sure what she's doing. This is Oksana Vodkovich. She stalked Paige online. She is passport seeker. Let's see what Oksana is doing. If man can squat, you must give him the slot. Breakfast of the champion. This is Oksana. I am in the Ukraine. I am hitchhiked to find the American beach. She's on the hunt for Paige. I go to American bar last night and they have party for Mexico holiday, Cinco de Mayo. I am not understand. I thought Americans want the wall. I am kicked out of bar because I tried to make sex with the barman again. There's pickles and vodka. If she smoke, she poke. Happy Valentine's. Why the fuck am I see this man on notification? When I look at profile, it seems to me that maybe he like Ukraine. But this app very much love Russia, and they recommend him. Do many Americans love my mother and Russia like this man? Say me please. I am also wonder if maybe he give to the enemy and not pay the taxes. I never pay tax in Russia, but I often hear about it. Thanks. Gotta love the parody accounts. Oksana toilet review. Her first inside toilet ever. And a sack of potato. She lost husband in war, but they give her potato. God, that actually looks really good right now. So we must keep Oksana far, far away. Another toilet review. That's it for Oksana. Alright, let's see where we are on the fundraiser. So once again, guys, I'll plug it one more time in case anybody lurked in while I wasn't paying attention. Let me bring it up here. I'll bring it up here. I'll go like this. Okay, first off, you gotta join the Discord. So you go to this link that I'm about to put back in right here. That's the Discord you gotta join. Okay, step 2. Click the pin fundraiser that's in top of the chat. Here's Paige's Give Butter. This is a 501c3 charity, so it is tax deductible. It's a write-off at the end of the year for you. You go over here and select the amount that you want. Every $5 will get you into the raffle today. Then you go here, give the donation, and then you'll get an email of your receipt. Scrub out any info you don't want anybody to see, edit it real quick. Then put it in the Discord, and every $5 will go to the raffle. The raffle is going to end here in 9 minutes, and then we're going to do the raffle, and then we're going to have Nick on, and we'll have a discussion with Nick from In Time. He's going to be the guest speaker today. Hope I explained that well enough. We'll give it a little bit. Hey, Canty. That's fine. Tardy to the party is just fine. While we're waiting, I want to check in on LA, see what's happening to LA, if they've kicked off protesting yet. Maybe me and Nick will have a discussion about that while we try to generate money for this fundraiser for Paige. Whatever we can do today, guys. I don't want to put pressure on you, but whatever you can do today would be a good thing for a good cause. Oh, and also, if you don't want to get in the raffle, you just want to donate, private message me, and I'll gift out the donations. Holy cow. Okay. Okay. We got an anonymous donor for more free tickets, guys. Okay. $20 free tickets. The first 20 people to put a Ukraine flag into the chat get a free ticket. Let's go. Ukraine flags in the chat for a free ticket for a chance for the raffle. Let's go. First 20. First 20, guys. Ukraine flag in the chat for a free ticket into the raffle. Well, there's some chaos in the background. Anonymous donor just put in another 100. There we go, Hubert. Canty, I'll consider that a Ukraine flag. How about emoji? Don't spell it out either, Canty. I'll put you in for a ticket. We got Hubert. We got Canty. We got Michelle Ferguson. We got Flag for Mom for Sunny Bombsheller. We got Steve. I'll put this here for donated tickets. We got LJ. That's 6. We got 14 more, guys. I know I got 14 more people in the chat that want to go in on the raffle. Let's get a Ukrainian flag in the chat for a free ticket into the raffle. Ukrainian flags in the chat for a free ticket. If not, I'm going to disperse them out evenly for the rest. For Pyro? Okay. We'll do that. You can gift it out too if you want. Spider Fate. $1,500 people watching Reuters right now. Three minutes left, and then I'm going to start the raffle, guys. Let's see what else. I wonder if AXN's out there again. I like the independent news sources better. Is AXN back at it? No. They were out there hella late. I'm sure they're tired. Let's see who else. East Los Audits was having some good coverage the other day. I wonder if he's out there. I like this guy. No, he's not live yet either. Who else? There was South LA Shorts. I think that was the name of it. I can't remember the guy's name. We'll just type in L A. Who else was there? There was another one. I can't remember his name. LA Riots Live. I like how they word that. The AP News is out there. Is this live? Associated Press.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So again, we're going to be coming up here. There's going to be more Americans arriving.
Is this counter protesters? SoCal Shorts, thank you. Dude, I think there's counter protesters.
Zero. Oh, that's right.
Wow.
That's right.
We got counter protesters down there. Wow, this is gonna. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, we're gonna cover this with Nick. Hi, Nick. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna bring you in right after I do the raffle. All right, Nick. I want your take on this. Looks like we have counter protesters.
That's actually not on the East Coast. Have you heard of the 13 colonies? Have you heard of what? Yeah.
We're gonna have to react to this, Nick. All right, we got 1 minute left. If you haven't got on the second round of free gifted, we still have free gifteds. Ukrainian flag in the chat will get you thrown in. It is 2 p.m. Last call. Ukrainian flag in the chat for a free ticket for the raffle. We're going in 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm gonna disperse out the rest. To everybody who's been here, they're gonna get one extra. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Melissa in the house, and Keith. Okay, Melissa is in the house for the raffle. I'm with you, Nick. It'll be just a second. I'm gonna take care of this raffle. And Keith. All right, here's how the list looks, guys. $27 entries. That was where I left off to key that. 27 entries. So 1 through 27 on the raffle. All right, you guys ready? One through 27. Oops. All right, we're gonna go. Let's see who wins. 3, 2, 1. It's Hubert. Hubert got it. Hubert, that was the first, I had it marked. That was the first free donation from the Anonymous, too. Congratulations. The free donation from the Anonymous donor got it for you. I had it actually marked on 18. I was counting 18 for 20 tickets. Congratulations, Hubert. Throw me, DM me your address, direct message in the Discord. That was the first gifted one from the $100 donation too. Right on, Hubert. And thank you to the anonymous donor who bought that ticket. That was hella funny. That's cool. Heck yeah. All right, so I'm gonna throw in the $100 match because we definitely made that goal now. Anonymous match donor. Okay. I don't want to show you guys my credit card number though. Not even the last 4. That should be fun. Okay, allow processing fee, not on behalf of a company. Pull it over. Click it. Continue. Boom. Match donation set. All right, match donation set. Heck yeah. Yeah, you won the raffle, dude. It was off the anonymous ticket too, because I had marked a donation ticket, a D next to it, and started at 18 so I could count to the 20. But you got it. Congratulations. Yeah, just slide me your mailing address and I'll mail it out as soon as I can. In my DMs in Discord. All right, let's get Nick on. Raffle complete. That worked out pretty well. I'm actually really excited about that. I'm really excited that worked. That was my first raffle. Okay. Going in. Going into the meeting. Join now. Admit. Alright, let me cut some music here. I gotta switch my camera feed over too.
All right.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good. Nick from End Times here, guys. I'll deactivate that camera and then pull this over. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. Good to see you. How's it going?
Good. Did you want to, did you see, I'm going to screen share. Oh my God, let me close some of my windows.
This the MAGA guy with the bullhorn.
Yes.
On the flag. Yeah, I've been watching him intermittently. He's kept his cool, which is counterproductive for what he's trying to do. But everyone else around him has been getting kind of upset. The more upset they get, the cooler he gets. And he's been there for at least 45 minutes, I think. And there's been a couple of nobody's made physical contact with anyone. So, but yeah, this is going to be the start of it, as you pointed out, that there's going to be now counter protesters in the whole 9 yards. There was a survey done by Channel 7 that found that basically Trump's handling of this, according to Californians, is split right down party lines, which is disappointing. Yeah, I'd have thought more Californians would sort of stick by. No, it's right down party lines.
I tried to explain that to people about California. Is there are so many red counties in this gigantic state of ours. People don't realize this place is full of MAGA. If the farther you head north and inland into some of the farmer rural countries where people own large properties, it is deep-seated red. As a matter of fact, entering my county, there is a gigantic wooden sign that someone had built on their property that says Trump 2024. Right when you roll into the county. It's embarrassing.
Yep. Well, especially San Diego too, the military base. There's a lot of people. Yeah, it's surprising, but it is what it is.
What do you think? Do you think this is gonna? Do you think they're gonna bait him? I know they're obviously trying to bait him into violence. He's out there with the loudspeaker. They're up in their faces. I haven't listened to. Maybe we can listen to the rhetoric of what they're saying real quick and react to that.
Trump, right? You guys are just upset. Yeah, Yeah, I did. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
So he sounds like he's just agitating. He doesn't say, he's not saying
Yep.
anything of any depth or any substance.
Well, neither. I mean, there were people sort of yelling at him. At one point he said, "Oh, I think you actually." I was listening to you when he said this. When the how many signers of the Declaration of Independence were from Mexico, which is a cute argument. It's a nice soundbite. And he and some woman were squaring off earlier. It was very hard to hear them. I mean, I don't expect him to. I mean, the idea, human beings have an inherent mob mentality. I wish we did not. We do. And we have found ways to deal with it mostly civilly. And that's what we're trying to do here. And, when people see a whole bunch of people stand up for one cause, they want to jump in on whichever side is most closest to them. But people want to find a way to participate. It's kind of ingrained into who we are as a species. So, I'm not expecting Martin Luther King Jr. style rhetoric here. I'm expecting people with a bullhorn who's just trying to agitate and get things going. Trump said Trump said about, actually I don't have a timestamp on it, but earlier today, wow.
Yeah, let me mute that real quick.
Why are these illegal aliens here? Why are these illegal aliens?
Oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, so Trump has compared the deportation, compares demonstrations to a foreign invasion. And that's really scary because it's not an invasion. And the last time he declared an invasion, he used the Alien Enemies Act to get people out of the country without due process. So between what he and Hegseth have said, he's clearly looking to expand his powers. It's just a question of when. We know that there's now sympathy protests it was in Texas, I want to say Houston. And on the sympathy protests for the left, not counter protests on the right. So this thing is getting bigger. I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens tonight. That's going to be the biggie. My biggest concern actually is counter protesters doing false flags, going in and saying, stop the deportation, spraying, do you mind if I assume you have no objections to my swearing?
No, absolutely not.
Spray paint fuck ice along a building and then do some, take a baseball bat to a couple of cars and then run away. And these will be MAGA and they'll do that. And that's not to say all the damage that you see is of that nature. I don't know what percentage. I just know it happens. So we, it's very hard to tell who's instigating what. Things get very chaotic very quickly.
Yeah, last night it seemed like there was a few bad actors in the bunch, and then later it got, of course, school being out. It was a bunch of the young kids hanging off of a vehicle with their scooters. There was people hanging out of cars, hanging out of the back of the trunk while it's wide open, holding on to the trunk on their little scooter bikes, getting pulled around to different areas, causing disruptions, burning vehicles. But it was on a micro scale. Do you think the people will be able to determine the bad actors in the bunch if they get mixed up? Will they even pay attention, or will they just root it on?
I think people on the ground will have a pretty good idea most of the time. I think Trump will have no idea and will not care. This is apples and oranges. To Trump, this is a very different thing than it is to everyone else. To Trump, this is a challenge to his authoritarian power, a challenge that makes him look weak. He's been tacoed all previous week, and we know he's sensitive to that kind of thing. And it writes its own jokes. It's hilarious and it's really sad. But he's, he took the taco thing seriously. He had to break up with his BFF. So he's looking to change the narrative to how and why his dick is almost as big as Putin's. And, this is a good way to do it. So he's using the language to do it. He's called out Newsom. He's called out, I've forgotten her name, mayor of Los Angeles. But he said that they're completely incompetent and that this is the worst rioting he's ever seen. And if that's the case, I'm sitting there going, you don't turn on your TV very much now, do you?
Yeah, that's wild.
So yeah, he's just looking for an excuse to grab more power. And the people who, here's the thing that scares me. And I hate to do this. This is a low-hanging fruit kind of thing to just go straight to Adolf. I've been here. I hit Adolf at 8 minutes in, but one of the first things that Hitler did was to create a military that was loyal to him, and eventually the oath of loyalty for the German army had to be changed to be loyal to him, not the chancellor. And he was the chancellor, but loyal to the person, not the office. And Trump will get that thought at some point if he hasn't already. But he already has an army that's loyal to him, and it's MAGA. And it's not just MAGA, it's any MAGA who was arrested and then pardoned. Anybody who is out of jail, especially if they killed a cop, of which there is a couple, and they are now out of jail. They don't have to pay any fines. They don't have to do any time. And one guy had a fine of $600,000, and he's out and doesn't have to pay it.
Right.
So these guys will do whatever they think he wants. That's what they did on January 6th. And they think he wants them down there because he's doing the deportations. They're going to stand up for him. He's got an army. He's not giving them explicit instructions, but they feel empowered and they feel invulnerable because they were literally in jail and then they were set free. All they had to do was listen to the fear. Trump, sorry. So that's what scares me, and this guy is the warning sign that they're heading down there.
Well, not only that, and the politicizing inside of the military, because Andrew Mercado was saying back when he was in the army, they would have Fox News on inside of the barracks playing for them to watch. And as we know, Fox is not the bastion of centralism.
No.
So I feel like a lot of them unknowingly are being indoctrinated inside of the military too. And I was going through some TikTok videos and had some military guys in there saying stuff but not saying stuff. Y'all keep fucking around, you're gonna find out, pretty much is what I saw. It was really concerning to see that, and it was Marines that were saying it. I can't imagine why they would be saying that about their own people. Because we are one nation, undocumented or not, they're within our borders and they have certain rights, and explaining that to people is also a struggle, even to independents. I'm trying to explain, look, the question isn't whether or not they're here legally. The question is whether or not they're getting due process to go in front of a judge and explain their case. And they weren't reciprocating. It wasn't really, I had to break it down into baby steps and actually show part of the Constitution where it says this and explain it. And then they were in agreement. Okay, that makes sense. And I'm like, I don't think there's a single person in this country that doesn't understand that we need immigration reform. What's your take on that?
Well, so I agree with you. I would say actually that there's two fundamental problems. The first is due process. The second one, and this is I think when Trump was told this, because somebody pointed this out at a press conference, and I was like, oh, do not say that. Somebody pointed out that both Biden and Obama, by this time in their first term, had deported more people than Trump has. And so it's like, okay, he's taking a wrecking ball to the whole thing, and he's getting fewer out the door. And what they were doing was targeted deportations. They were saying, look, and we all have to admit a couple things. Liberals do not like to admit that if you came in this country anyway, except through illegal means, then you've broken the law. You have absolutely broken the law, period, end of discussion. So that's going to have to be dealt with. How we do it, I don't know. I've seen all sorts of policy ideas for how to deal with people. Some of them, Obama said, you get some kind of amnesty that lets you stay, but you go to the back of the line for actually, becoming a citizen, all of these things. We can't deport all of them. We can't. We don't have the resources. We don't have the manpower. So what Trump is deciding to do is to just sort of just take a broadsword to what previously we've been using a scalpel with, and just saying, look, it's actually pretty easy to deport someone who has committed another crime. And I legitimately say that because MAGA is correct. They've already committed a crime. I hesitate to say they're criminal because, a guy who steals a loaf of bread for his family has committed a crime. If he does nothing else, is he really a criminal? We have to. But what they've done is, as soon as you get into the system for any crime, they deport you. They just, now you get to have your trial, but as soon as if you get convicted of having done any other crime in the U.S., you are up front of the line, and they just deport you as quickly as possible. And Trump has taken this approach of just deport everybody you see, and it has caused so much backlash. It has clogged all of the courts, that the dangerous ones that he's concerned about, that he talks about, the rapists and this, their trials are now all still stuck in immigration, not moving forward, because we have to litigate innocent people, and in some cases even American citizens, getting returned to this country. He's screwed this up so badly that, and so he's just deporting random handfuls of people, some murderers, some but for a single crime, been in the United States 20, 30 years, respected members of their community, helpful families, the whole 9 yards. This other one, I forgot to mention this. I should maybe drop the link. This is going to be an interesting one. I will, if I have perms, I'll drop the link. Actually, let me send it to Bombsheller because she can drop the link. So this is a 2-minute news story from ABC Channel 7. I think it's 3 different elementary schools, grades 1 through 7, had ICE officers in plain clothes who refused to identify themselves ask to see specific children. And the schools were like, you can't just come in here and ask to see children. And they're like, oh, we're looking for this kid. Could you tell us, could we have his records? Would like to, oh, his parents said it's okay for us to be here, which is an absolute lie. So if you click on that link, like I said, it's 2 minutes, but the biggie is that it's essentially kidnapping. They're sitting there trying to take underage kids. They are not their guardians. There's been no transfer of guardianship. Their guardians, I don't know what the status is of their guardians, but unless they're in jail, they're going onto school grounds and trying to snatch the kids up. It's absolutely insane. Yes, I agree it's a problem. It's not as big a problem as we're making it, because immigrants have, whether you like it or not, always been a part of this country. They have been sewn into the fabric of this country. They have bled for and died for this country. They have been slaves, quite like in literal terms, to this country. And that they're not being treated as respect. Here's the other thing. If we keep going the way we're going now, where we're going to be 20 years from now, we're going to wonder where all the immigrants are. We're going to sit there and say, where's all the fresh blood of people who actually would like to be in this country? Why are so many people leaving? I mean, the number of ivory tower intellectuals that are leaving is skyrocketing. There are people who are saying, I don't want to be around the country for this. So we're getting a brain drain to other countries, France. Oh yeah, play it. Absolutely play it.
Yeah, I'll play it real quick. Let's see if I can hit that.
After an unusual and disturbing visit, several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay explains.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have in a first grader?
On Monday, multiple Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access to the students to determine their well-being, based on, according to the agents, the fact that when they entered this country, they entered as unaccompanied minors. It is well known that these students are under the care of relatives.
According to Carvalho, the agents claimed they were not part of immigration and customs enforcement.
They conveyed to both principals that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children had provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents. Ahead of the November election, LAUSD staff were trained in protocols to protect students from federal agents showing up at schools.
We wonder if this may happen at more schools, if they simply will ram through. So we are having to really lean on the principals, the workers, the teachers, the clerical workers.
After an unusual and disturbing visit, several federal agents from the Department of...
That's absolutely wild. I
That's
don't...
fucked up.
Go ahead.
No, it's fucked up. That is fucked up. I mean, they just show up and, you think your kids are safe at school and ICE is there going after your children.
That's wild. That's demonic. I mean, and even that, here's the hypocrisy. I remember there was people going nuts over Pizzagate. This is like a real Pizzagate, it sounds like.
Well, and by the way, I mean, if ICE is going after these kids, I'd like to know what crime these kids committed, because they're minors. If they're in 1st grade, they're not capable of committing a crime in the common sense. You can't send there is no prison, there is no juvie for 1st graders.
Right.
It doesn't exist. So, you can sit there. They were dragged here, and if they're here illegally, it's through no fault of their own. But they're going to go weaponize them against the parents, snag them, and say, "Oh, well, you want your kid back? You got to turn yourself in." They already did that to a high school senior in Massachusetts. As he was graduating, they were trying to get his dad. I guess the names were the same. They picked him up instead. Once they realized they had the wrong guy, they decided to keep him because he actually was not born here. He was brought here while he was 5. Yeah. So,
what do you think's going through their minds when they're doing that? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical from, well, I guess from a person that has a morality.
I think a lot of training goes into these people. And I think there are plenty of people who have been in any given war, who fought, who killed people, who were otherwise moral people. I think they learn to turn it off. I think they learn to use euphemisms. I think they learn to, that's why you have to be so careful about derogatory language, is because, Vietnam, the I'm not even going to use the word, but there was a word. It's equivalent to the N word. It's for, and there's one for every race. You weren't killing Vietnamese people. You were killing, you know, these guys. You were killing, you know, whatever you want, whatever the derogatory term is. And I think here, it's just this very black and white American, not American. And even if they hurt an American accidentally, they'll truly be very sorry for it, but they're really out to protect this country. And I think they've had that so ingrained that morality does not apply. And you might otherwise see them as highly moral people, but they've been inculcated into seeing this as a very binary situation. And once you can force people into thinking that way, you can get people to commit atrocious activities. The what is it? The I can't believe I've forgotten the name of it. It was the the single most famous psychological experiment where they tried to reproduce the effect of getting people to do horrific acts simply as long as an authority figure told them that it was okay and that they were taking responsibility for it. And I think it was done at Yale, I want to say, and Milgram, the Stanley Milgram or John Milgram experiment. Oh my God, they were able to get 50% of random participants to basically think they were murdering somebody just by saying, you know, we need you to continue, please continue, we'll take full responsibility. And we're complicated.
I've noticed that with some ex-military men that are now law enforcement. When I have discussions with them about the war in Ukraine, they always want to take it with the perception of from the macro scale of things, where they can distance themselves from the interpersonal communication and the interpersonal connection to the situation. Well, on the big picture this, big picture that, they never want to get personal with it. They never want to think about looking that other person in the eye and talking to somebody else one-on-one on equal scale. They look at it as this universal different view set where it's just macro scale and war is hell and people die and blah blah blah, and they never want to look at the humanitarian aspect of it, because I feel like that separates someone from it. Do you kind of feel the same thing?
Absolutely, and Zelensky knows this. This is why Zelensky was asked Vance, "Have you been to Ukraine? Why don't you come to Ukraine? I'll come to Ukraine." And Vance is like, no fucking way. And he knows why, because as soon as he gets there, he will have a vested interest in it. And that's what happened to Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham was dead set against helping Ukraine in any way whatsoever. Then he went over there and said, oh, you mean real people are being killed? I thought it was just people on this two-dimensional object called a television screen. These are real people. And he did a 180 on it. Or in Greg Terry speak, he did a 360 on it. And in either case, inside joke. Okay, never mind. So
right over my head.
He published a video saying, "Oh, they did a 360" when he meant to say 180.
Right. I remember now.
Yeah. He meant to say, yeah, it's. I think he's got issues with addition, but at any rate,
well, speaking of Lindsey Graham, we were talking about the HR bill. Was it the 5248?
Yep.
Turns out we were spot on there, or at least you came out swinging on that, and it was correct. They had to start backpedaling on Section 17.
Yeah, and but again, sort of one of the things that I was saying about Section 17, it was so egregious. There was no way this bill could come even close to passing without it changing. But 80 people signed on to it, which means they already knew they were going to have to change it, and they probably already knew how they were going to change it. They wanted to wait until they got called. And by the way, notice how quickly, I mean, for such a glaring oversight, I mean, the EU complained and said, The EU complained to the United States and said, this is going to be massively bad for us. And Lindsey Graham, like 7 hours later, was like, oh, here, we'll just add this language. How about that? Which completely changes it. It just revolutionized Section 17 to what it should have been in the first place, but for some reason wasn't. And he managed to do it without upsetting any of the 80 co-sponsors? No. They all knew that was planned. The whole thing was orchestrated. Why? I have not yet figured out. But there was no way they were signing on to that without knowing it was going to be changed and roughly how it was going to be changed. It's been changed. It's been changed to something that actually is reasonable. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, it did jump out at you.
So to kind of recap what we're talking about, chat, we're talking about the Russian Sanctions Act that was going around from the Senate and the House into sister bills. And in Section 17, it would put a 500% tariff on all European countries that were receiving Russian fuel, Russian uranium, and petroleum-based products, oil, uranium, and petroleum-based products, which would have isolated the American dollar from the global market, and it would have strengthened BRICS. So we were super concerned about that on reading the bill on our live stream and having the talk, and we were wondering why it was there or what we could do to advocate. Immediately, we started contacting our representatives right away. And then I even contacted the White House. They led me to a bill. I think it's like a bill auditor or someone who actually researches the bills. He didn't even get back to me yet. But before that, by the time we contacted that night, they had already changed the verbiage. They had already made it a little easier for Europe, and we're making steps to change that bill because it would have, like Nick said on the stream, it would have collapsed the U.S. economy overnight. So that
it was insane. And it was 500% on. It was 500% on anybody who trades with them. So it's not just the EU. The EU would be hit, and that was what I was most concerned about. Somebody else had pointed out, though, but we trade with. So do we hit ourselves with a 500% tariff because we get uranium from Russia? I mean, it's Taiwan would have to hit Taiwan with 500% tariffs. Imagine that for a second. Yeah. So it's just everybody. I do see Greg Terry has come into the chat, so you may want to apologize for making fun of him earlier.
Well, hi, Greg Terry. How are 100,
you? But yeah, you made fun of him for the 360 thing, so you might want to. I'll give you a chance to apologize if you need to.
Oh, sure, I did. I like how you pull a 360 and spin that on me, Nick.
Greg Terry. It would be a 180, but that's all right. You know what? It's okay. I understand. Again, the maths can sometimes be difficult for some Terrys people.
Well, it's good to see they were getting that straightened out, and definitely when this bill gets a little farther, I'd love to have you on for a more in-depth conversation into the impacts. When I started, because I thought about that, it drove me nuts. I couldn't stop thinking about why they would put that section in there. And then at the same time, you're hearing RFK have reports of using AI and having AI generate fictitious people into his report to sound with his doctrine and his medical work. And then I'm thinking, man, I wonder if they just used AI to write this bill.
No, not with 80 signatures. Somebody would have read it. With 80 signatures, especially in the Senate. So you have to keep in mind, these are 80 co-sponsors. You co-sponsor a bill that you want your name attached to that bill in perpetuity. It's much more than just, I'm going to vote yes on this bill. It's I am so in support of it that, yeah, I'm sponsoring it. I'm going to do what it takes to make sure it gets through Congress. I'm an active member of the writing and working with this bill. Now, there are people who co-sponsor bills and really don't care too much. That happens, but you're not going to get 80 co-sponsors to a bill like that. And it was reasonably short. So it's reasonably easy to read. Somebody would have pointed out that, like, you do realize you're tariffing virtually every country on the planet 500% on top of Trump's tariffs, none of which even remotely touched what Trump's been doing has been insane. This would be, 10 times. It would be every country for the most part, and 500% flat tariff on top of any tariff they have. So no, that's not. I mean, it does sound like an AI could have generated it, but they'd have spotted it in a minute. So and nobody co-sponsors the bill without having gone through it, at least if it's that small. So I think they wanted a bludgeon. They wanted a way, and I think what they're going to do is be very judicious in which countries they say are supporting Ukraine and which ones aren't. So if there's a country we like, Taiwan,
right,
that puts out an email saying we think Ukraine is awesome, we're going to say you've just supported Ukraine. No tariffs on you. China, on the other hand, we're just like, hey, what have you guys done? And if they actually, I don't expect them to, but if they actually start sending weapons or something like that to Ukraine, then, but if they don't, so it's a cudgel.
It's funny you mentioned weapons to Ukraine and China because I was airing earlier. Let's see if I can bring it up real quick. I was airing earlier some footage that I had saved because our fundraiser right now is for drones for the 14th Mechanized and also to get my buddy Dodger some new kit. And I was sharing some footage that I had gathered on TikTok of some of the fiber optic cables. Let's see if I can screen share this. I think I can share this. I'm gonna link it real quick here. Press some buttons here. That looks like it. Share. Right here. I gotta close this a little. Open that.
Yeah.
So, and fields. Those fiber optic cables, they have to be coming from China, correct? I don't feel like there's anybody else that could mass produce that much of fiber optic cable.
I'm not an expert in this, but if I had to guess, Russia can't because of the sanctions. North Korea, I doubt could. I do think Iran might be able to, but so it's most likely. I would assume it's China, but that's a guess.
So supplying weapons or not, those things are lethal on the battlefield. You can't jam them. The only way you can really stop them is by cutting the cable or making the drone non-operable, right? So,
I'm sorry, what was that?
So the fiber optic drones, they're lethal. The only way you can really stop those drones, you can't jam them. So you got to cut the cable or you got to stop the drone itself.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's your take on that? I mean, to me, that's obviously being supplied from Russia. I don't have the definitive evidence in front of me. Greg Terry would actually be the expert in this. He says fiber optic cables are coming from China to Russia 100%.
All right, if he says it, then that's the way it is. Yeah, I mean, and I've heard some strategies for how to cut them if you're, in a road and they're going to fly down the road. You can have something set up to cut those cables, but it's not. There's no real technology for tripping those up or cutting those or doing anything like that yet. We're not there yet. So the new fiber optics are, I think, a staggering problem. Whether or not this is going to get China to slow down in that is a good question. The thing that gives me pause in saying that is we lost one trade war with China during Trump's first term. Trump has now tried again, and we're basically losing the second. He's pretending it's not happening by just extending I'll give you a grace period, but the reason he hasn't lost is because he's really, we're on a ceasefire until he finds a way to extricate himself from it. Lindsey Graham's not stupid. I don't think he wants to get into a trade war much, much bigger than what Trump has already done and do it with China himself. So I don't, this is why I said on that night that we're missing something. I don't know what we're missing. But we're missing something because he's not going to start a trade war of that level with China, and that article, as it was originally written, gave him little choice. He's got some wiggle room now because it's expected to have certification conditions, but those conditions China doesn't really meet. So I don't know what's going to happen. There are ways out. Again, China could say, we support Ukraine, and then you could say okay and bypass the 500% tariffs. But he knows that too. So the question is, what is he playing at? And I do not know. I don't have a clue yet.
Do you think it would be too late to add an amendment? Also, anybody importing fiber optics into this bill would be sanctioned as well. I mean, is that something that we could possibly do to advocate to our representatives as far as adding the fiber optic aspect, or is it just too widespread?
I think we could. Greg could correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that China is sending most of the fiber optics directly to Russia. So if that's what they're doing, the country that's doing the importing is Russia, and tariffing them is going to do no good. They're already sanctioned about as much as we can do, and there's already sanctions at the beginning of this bill. You could just put in whatever sanction you want to for that. You could say anybody exporting fiber optics, that gets complicated,
right?
We use fiber optics for everything.
You'd have to prove it too.
Yeah, and you can't inspect the ships. You can't stop them unless you want to go back to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I don't think anybody is interested in doing. You can't quarantine Russia. So how to stop the fiber optics? That's a good question. The easiest way is, to find an incentive for Russia to tell us that they're going to stop and to have them cut back dramatically. They won't stop. They'll get in as much as they think they can get away with without getting caught, and we'll pretend we don't see it, and they'll pretend that they don't know. But we can get them to probably, if we can find some incentive to get them to stop. They have been looking for a very strong strategic alliance for quite some time. They thought they had that in Russia. They signed the pact with Russia, and then Russia gets into a war with Ukraine and basically gets its ass handed to it, which nobody was expecting. So China is, I think, they're not feeling lost or abandoned, but they are feeling a little afloat because they haven't decided where they're going to land yet. And they're in Russia's general vicinity, but that could change. So I don't know. I think if we take working with them a bit more seriously, I don't think we get them to stop. They're too much in Russia's orbit, but we might be able to slow them down.
Yeah, they've been a global trading partner for what, 2,300 years now. I mean, that's how long that China's been in the trade business. Going on a trade war with them and causing that sort of stigma between our two countries, I think is only going to strengthen relationship with China and North Korea, unfortunately. But I don't know the solution to that either. I don't know the behind the scenes. The one thing I can say that we can do to combat the drones is by fundraising for drones, which is what we're currently doing. I'm going to plug the fundraiser real quick here. Paige in Kansas, it is her birthday. And this is a 501c3, guys. If you donate, it is a tax write-off. I have it pinned in the chat right now. It is her birthday, and it is also the senior sergeant of the 14th Mechanized Brigade, his birthday as well. It is also right around the time of my 1 year of fundraising. So Paige was the first person to support me in the fundraiser for the 14th Mechanized. We are still continuing to help them. She's in Ukraine right now, handing off aid. She's also helping my friend Dodger in the 151st get new kit before he cycles back to the front, which is happening soon. It's pinned in the tag in the top of the chat. I think we got to be around. There was a $100 anonymous donation and a $100 match, and then everybody from the raffle, from what I saw. So we're just shy of $300. I'd love to set a goal of $2,500 today. I know it's a big ask, but that will get the drones for the 14th Mechanized, which is her current ask from today. And then Dodger should be squared away here with what we raised today and what you guys donated in the past streams as well for his kit. Front and foremost, Dodger getting his new gear is going to be paramount. I'll show you a picture right now, Nick. I'll put it in the share too, of the gentleman we are raising for his gear. I think we might have got enough today to have that straight, but I put the two fundraisers combined as one. Let's see if I can hook it up here. See if I can hook this gentleman right. Might not be able to screen share the snippet. I don't know if I can screen share the snippet. I'm gonna put it up on live though. It'll be live in the background on my end. I don't know if I can screen share it. Cancel that. We're gonna pull it over though. This is my buddy Dodger right here. He's in the 151st. He was near Pokrovsk, and he dodges drones. He had a concussion from one, and he went and got medical treatment. He was stuck at the front for a while until he could go get medical treatment, and he got cycled back to drone defense. And they've been knocking down Shaheds over in like southwestern Ukraine. They were part of the defensive of Lviv currently in this last big assault that knocked out power. Did you hear about that one?
The most recent assault, I have. Mostly, I've been keeping an eye on what's going on in Sumy, but obviously, Sumy is my understanding is basically all of Sumy is now vulnerable, and they're making full use of that.
Yeah, what's your take on Sumy? I haven't kept up on it, to tell you the truth. Can you kind of elaborate on it?
That I've literally said this is another one. Greg Terry would be the man to ask. I have no doubt he has dropped a video on that in the last 24 hours. They've been moving up. Sumy was just within artillery range. I think like a week ago, it was just on the outside of artillery range, and now it's not only within artillery range, but they're flying everything in, and it's. I saw earlier today, I think 4 killed, 23 wounded in one. I think that was one day, but I'm not. Like I said, that's going to be a little more Greg's area. I've been keeping an eye on it, but I've been watching the attempted school abductions by ICE officers.
Yeah, I know. I've been, and being that I'm in California too, my eyes and my focus have been on the protests down in LA. God, it's been so busy, and the struggle of me keeping a full-time job. I've been juggling what content I can have, and then Paige's birthday lady right during this too. It's all kind of just overwhelming as far as there's so much to cover right now. That's why I'm kind of keeping to my niche. I know everybody else is in their niche too, but geez, it's so much to cover. There's so much going on in the world right now. With this, what do you think, as circling back to the protests in LA and the immigration, what do you think the outcome is going to be in the next week? If there is going to be outcome, do you think it's going to escalate further with the Marines being there and now counter protesters? It feels like a tinderbox to me. Your take?
I think the Marines de-escalate it some. I think the counter protesters escalate it significantly. I think they are going to be busy tonight trying to cause trouble. I think Trump is eager to prove how much of a man he is, and I think that those two together, that's what I'm most concerned about. There are protests going up in other cities. The fact that Trump did say that this is now an insurrection, did he say? No, he said it was an invasion. That's what blows my mind. The protesters are invading, but that was the claim. So but if he's saying that, what it means is he's now either going to start looking to deport them or find some other way to, maybe he got confused and wanted to say, because he almost certainly wants to invoke the Insurrection Act, but he called them invaders, not insurrectionists. I don't know. The next couple of nights, my instincts are to say the next couple of nights are what are going to show us what's really going forward. It's still too early in this to tell. the problem is Trump acknowledged yesterday that things were starting to look better, and then he sent another 2,000 National Guard. And by the way, only 300 of the previous National Guard were actually deployed. The rest were staying inside federal buildings and sleeping on the floors, on the desks, because there was no, and they were out of porta potties. They had nothing because LA was not prepared to absorb 2,000 people suddenly showing up in riot gear. So if he's not trying to make things deliberately worse, he's doing a very good job hiding it. If he succeeds in making it worse, which I think is his goal, and we'll sort of see tonight, two things are going to happen. Either one, tonight is going to go no worse than last night, in which case things haven't gotten worse, in which case my suspicion is he's going to send even more troops. Or things escalate tonight, things get bad, in which case he's going to make a declaration of some kind tomorrow and send even more troops. That's where I think it's headed, and I think he's hoping that other states are getting worried that he's going to federalize their National Guards, because that was the other thing. Hegseth came out and said, let me see if I can find this real quick. Okay, yeah. So LA protests. Trump compares demonstrations to a foreign invasion. Okay, fine. But the other one was Hegseth came out and said that we are looking at a new way of doing business, that going forward, he expects that the National Guard will primarily be run under the federal government and not the states. That's a huge shift. And that he said that and nobody's listening to it, and that seems to have gone in under the radar, but the states have heard it, and the people who are in charge of governors have all heard this, so they have to sit there and figure out what do they want to do now, because LA is now a test beacon for, are we going to let the federal government federalize troops and send them in whenever they choose, not when the governments ask. And we are in this bizarre mirror universe where Los Angeles is arguing for states' rights and saying that the federal government cannot just federalize its troops, take its own troops away from it, and use them federally. And Trump is saying yes, he can. So that's actually already been filed. That's in the courts. We'll see. There's also an emergency stay on the Marines that has been filed. It's in the courts, and an emergency stay on the use of the National Guard. So that's 3 separate orders that Newsom has filed.
Do you know anything about the California National Guard as far as their ranking goes, and as far as who the top ranking members are?
I do not.
So one of them is Major General Matthew Beavers. I believe I'm Googling it right now. Who's the ranking member of the California National Guard? I believe it is Colonel Beavers. I've met Colonel Beavers at a pro-Ukrainian rally. Yes, it is. It is Beavers. He is a pro-Ukraine. He's a Ukraine supporter. He is at the rallies there with everybody doing speeches. Being that the federal government is nationalized, if Trump doesn't like his rhetoric or Pete Hegseth doesn't agree with his wording, he could just remove him, correct?
If it's federalized, I assume so.
I
would assume. I'd be surprised if he couldn't. That it's federalized, so he's got the authority. I would imagine.
I want to play and just listen to this guy, because he is completely supportive of Ukraine. My concern is that he'll remove him just because of his stance on Ukraine or whatever his stance is. Because if I'm correct, the governor is the one that puts him in role, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna play. I played it the other night on my stream as well, but I want to play Colonel Beavers speaking at the Ukrainian rally that I covered. Let's see if I can screen share this. Yep, I believe I can. So I'm going to, I have it linked already to screen share. Let me play this one.
To introduce Commander of California National Guard, Adjutant General Matthew Peters.
This dude is amazing. I gotta get closer for this.
It's actually great to see the American flag out tonight, so thank you, and don't give up on us. So good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to recognize the incredible resilience of the Ukrainian people as we reflect on 3 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And make no mistake, it's not a 3-year war. It's not a 3-year war at all, it's an 11-year war. 11 long years since Russia began its occupation of Crimea in 2014. 11 long years. We need to stop calling it a 3-year war and call it an 11-year war. That said, we are reminded every day by the women and men of the Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainians in general of what courage truly looks like. Through it all, Ukraine has remained unwavering in the face of Russian aggression perpetrated on the Ukrainian people. Day in and day out, Ukraine has defended the values that unite people across our 2 countries and across the globe. Values and ideals including independence and sovereignty and freedom from tyranny. But these are trying times. And unfortunately, they are scary times. But we only need to look to the past to recognize what the future holds. Total U.S. support for Ukraine. Total U.S. support for Ukraine now exceeds $183.8 billion. It's more than 0.5% of this nation's gross domestic product. That is no small number. And much of that was spent here in the United States. Training and equipping of the armed forces of Ukraine by the United States, by our allies, by our partners, by the California National Guard that has been training and equipping Ukraine for now 31 years, has ensured that Russia cannot subjugate Ukraine and its people. It cannot do that. That aid has ensured that as an eventuality. That said, Europe is energized, with major European partners offering peacekeeping forces to support an eventual cessation of hostilities. Just today, Denmark, Norway, Sweden announced significant aid packages to Ukraine. And negotiations have begun, in earnest, to secure a just peace for Ukraine. But we need to be clear-headed. The process may be long, and it may be extraordinarily frustrating. But one immutable fact remains. Putin could end this war right now, tonight, by simply ordering his soldiers home. No need for treaties, no need for negotiations. Putin could end it tonight. And as I mentioned earlier, Ukrainians remind the world every single day that freedom from tyranny has no price, and that freedom is absolutely worth fighting for. And in the end, Ukraine will stand. Ukraine will persevere. Democracy will persevere. And the inherent right of free people to live in peace will persevere. And we are stronger together. Thank you, and Slava Ukraine.
So that was filmed. I filmed that 4 days before the Oval Office blowout. and that he's been at every single major rally event, both the Independence Day rallies and also the anniversary in February. From his words of frustrating times and scary and difficult times, that rhetoric, that type of language was not there when Trump was in power. He did not speak like that when Trump. And matter of fact, I might have a video that I can play of him speaking before, when Biden was still in office, and the language was not the same. And I feel like his job is going to be on the line if they're federalized now. I don't think that man is going to be in charge of the California National Guard. I see Trump putting in a puppet and someone else that more aligns with his belief system when it comes to Ukraine. Thoughts on that?
I think you're absolutely correct, but I think my suspicion is he'll wait. And the reason he'll wait is he's got too many balls in the air as it is. I think it would be a priority if he knew he'd be able to hold the National Guard. As I said, there's emergency orders on the National Guard, on the on the Marines, and both on their deployments and on seizing them. So Newsom only has to win one of those. If he wins it's okay. If he loses on the seizing of the National Guard or the federalizing of the National Guard, but wins on the deployment of them, Trump has to send them home. So if he wins on the federalizing of them, then they're his again, and he sends them home. So he's fighting both of those. There's a hearing Thursday, I think it's 3 p.m. on the federalizing. I don't know if it's the federalizing or the deployment. I got to check, but one of those is being heard on Thursday. Now, Trump, I think he's a little bit like a horse with the blinders on. And I think right now all he sees is, I need to increase the number of deportations, and I need to do it now. He's being challenged on the National Guard. He could lose the National Guard. So instead of thinking about how to shore up his agenda with the National Guard, he's going to be saying, how do I get more ICE down there, and do I put more military down there in case I lose the Guard? So I think that's what he's worried about. If he wins either of those cases, my guess would be your friend would have another day or two left, tops, because Trump will send someone down there to clean house. But he's not going to bother doing that yet, because he doesn't want to clean house only to find all of a sudden that the National Guard is restored back to California.
Right. Oh, that makes sense. Here's another video I have of Colonel Beavers. I think this is when aid was blocked. Let me play it. This is from 9 months ago.
Ukraine, Major General Beavers.
So good evening, and on behalf of Governor Newsom and the 40 million people that live in California, I want to wish everybody today a happy Ukrainian Independence Day.
Okay, it's from Independence Day of us here.
I got to tell you, Ukraine was free and an independent country when this war began. It's a free country today, and when the war is over and the conflict ends, Ukraine will remain free, sovereign, and most of all, independent. But today we're reminded that Russia continues its brutal, illegal, and unjust occupation of Ukraine. We are reminded of Russia's egregious, inhumane trafficking of Ukrainian children into Russia. And we are reminded of the ongoing theft, Russian theft, of billions of dollars of Ukrainian natural resources. But today we should also reaffirm our state, the state of California, and our nation, the United States, reaffirm our commitment to Ukraine. Because we are reminded every day that the men and women of the Ukrainian armed forces and Ukrainians across the globe They remind us of what real courage looks like. For nearly 3 years, Ukraine has repelled Russia's vicious onslaught, retaking more than half the territory Russian forces seized on the initial days of the full-scale invasion. That is what you call winning. And remember that today, the second best army in Russia is the Russian army. We're reminded every day that Ukraine has remained unwavering in the face of heinous war crimes perpetrated by Russia and perpetrated on the people of Ukraine. Atrocities unimaginable. But day in and day out, Ukraine has defended values and ideals that both our nations and the rest of the world can appreciate. Values and ideals including independence and sovereignty and freedom. That said, this war could be over today. It could be over today if Putin simply withdrew his forces. But I gotta tell you, Ukraine is well prepared to fight on. The United States and this state is prepared to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Just yesterday, the United States announced a new round of military aid that includes air defense missiles, counter-drone equipment, anti-armor missiles, and ammunition for frontline Ukrainian soldiers. All of this on top of F-16 fighters and a commitment to deliver hundreds of air defense interceptors in the next year. The United States is imposing a new round of sanctions on individuals and entities that enable Russia's aggression. In addition, the United States, with our partners in the G7, are taking unprecedented action to make Russia pay for the damage that is caused by issuing $50 billion, $50 billion with a B, in loans backed by the profits of Russian sovereign assets. And in the end, Ukraine will stand, Ukraine will persevere, democracy will persevere, and the inherent right of free people to live in peace will persevere. Ukrainians remind us and remind the entire world every single day that freedom is priceless, that freedom is worth fighting for as long as it takes, and for as long as it takes, the people of this great state and the people of the United States are going to be with Ukraine. We are stronger together. Slava Ukraini.
So already in that speech, the attitude from then to now under the current administration, he doesn't speak anything of these are scary times. And when he said that, it resonated in me from his speech after the Trump administration. And this was all before the Oval Office fallout, the first speech that we watched, and then this is under the Biden administration. The farther you go back, the more optimistic he sounded under the Biden administration. You could tell in his tone without him saying, because obviously he's a soldier. He can't just say Trump's a fucking idiot. He's not going to do it. He has been absolutely silent. I've watched this guy over this whole time of the protests down south. He's not saying a word, not a tweet, nothing. Absolutely nothing on what's going on. I am curious whether or not he's going to come out and at least give a statement over the next week or two somewhere on some social media platform, because he is silent. What do you think?
I don't know enough about him. It's clear to me that his commitment is there, but if it depends on at his rank. I don't know if this is full time for him or not. I don't know if his pension could be in jeopardy. I don't know what the consequences could be. So without knowing that half of the equation, if he were unmarried, he might be willing to accept all those consequences. If he weren't, that might change the calculus, especially depending on how much good he actually thinks he can do if he makes a statement. Right now, Trump is not actively going after Ukraine supporters. That's not to say he likes them, but he's going after quote DEI, and we know he's doing that. He's putting up pictures of black scientists in the NIH. I mean, they're putting canvases over them. They're erasing them from history. Ukraine supporters will be next. So he's not immediately in the crosshairs, but he's close enough that if somebody gets a whiff of him, they'll take him out because they're taking everybody out they can anyway. So I think keeping quiet is a wise idea, and I think he can do more good in the long term if he can manage to keep his position. But yeah.
Following the orders, though, that the National Guard, they follow this man's orders. I mean, for now, so he's got to be in a predicament right now where it is tearing him up inside. Like, if I could be a fly in the room of this man right now, this is where I would want to be. This is the man that's directing the National Guard in LA right now on what to do and how to carry themselves. He is the top-ranking official of the California National Guard. I can't imagine the position he's in right now.
Which suggests some reason why we actually haven't seen nearly as much violence as you'd think. This guy seems to me to be very deliberate, very cautious, but nonetheless, positive forward energy. So I think hopefully he seems to have kept them. We've been able to show on In Time people doing stupid things on both sides, including a National Guardsman who runs well in front of the others, and they hadn't formed a line. They were just milling about, but he kind of runs out, tear gasses somebody, and then runs right back. And it's like that's absolutely a violation. The guy was not in any danger. Nobody was in any, and nothing was, and then we've seen, just a protester just come up, as hard as he can with it was a piece of wood, but it wasn't a branch. It was polished. So it was like the handle of an axe or something. I don't know what a rod of some kind, whack the guy and then turn around and run. And so far things have been reasonably okay. I did look this up and I've got this now. For Thursday, Newsom requested an emergency order to be heard today, staying the deployment of the National Guard in Los Angeles. The judge rejected hearing it today and scheduled it for Thursday at 3 p.m. So Thursday, 3 p.m., a judge will be hearing the legality of deploying the National Guard in Los Angeles, for an emergency stay, pending a full hearing. Meanwhile, he has another order challenging the legality of Trump assuming federal authority, and that one has not been scheduled or gone before a judge yet, so we don't know what's going to happen with that one.
Yeah, I got little sound bites from Newsom. I mean, you hear his language. I'm gonna be honest. I've not been supportive of Gavin Newsom. I was very critical of his handling of COVID when he went to the French Laundry with his buddies and had dinner while everybody else was on lockdown, and then came out with just the most minute apology of that was dumb. I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. People lost their jobs over. I mean, look at what's his name, Boris Johnson over in England. He lost his position because of that sort of stuff. And here it was a slap on the wrist. They did try to California did try to have Newsom impeached during that whole period. It was quite the ordeal to get him out. He's a showman. I've heard people even on the left when the wildfires were here, you could see in his demeanor when he was there, he was a showman. He would put on a big show when he got on stage, and the second he got off a stage, his attitude switched. I think, as many others do, that he is the reason he's so fired up about this whole thing is because he challenged his authority. and nothing more. And maybe some of his business might be impacted, have been impacted. I know that he's even stated his businesses have been impacted. We feel like there's a lot of showmanship behind it. In this particular instance, I'm actually 100% supportive of the governor in standing up against what Trump is doing and grabbing authority, as any governor would. No one wants to be kicked in the dick in their own state when it comes, especially to the military, to the National Guard. It's going to be interesting how that turns out. Why that judge would schedule it for Thursday and not immediately?
I know. Oh my God.
Do we know what judge that was?
Nope, I don't have it. It's a very short. Let me see if I can find the actual clip. Trump also mistook World War I for World War II today while he was at Fort Bragg doing his thing. More DEI. They are going to, he says he's going to criminalize flag burning, minimum 1 year in jail. Judge sets hearing in California case challenging federal troop deployment. Judge Charles Breyer has scheduled a hearing for 1:30 p.m. local on Thursday. That came hours after California's governor filed an emergency motion to block the deployment of both the National Guards and the Marines. Breyer did not grant the request to issue the order on the motion by today. So he's hearing it Thursday. My assumption is he'll make a decision on Thursday. So
let me get some of the sound bites here. I know Newsom looks like he's on the defense now with some things too. It looks like Fox News took a couple jabs at him. I know we got to listen.
No,
we have to. We got to
Fox.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear the jabs they're taking at him. I know.
Yeah, let's do it. No. Listen, I play Fox all the time, but usually it's only like when I'm in a bad mood and need to laugh my ass off.
Well, let's see what they got to say about it.
On between Gavin Newsom and President Trump. Gavin Newsom, after President Trump said in the noon hour in the Oval Office that he called him yesterday or the other day, Gavin Newsom tweeted the following. He said, quote, "There was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines on our streets doesn't even know who he's talking to." Well, President Trump contacted me from Air Force One on his way to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where he'll be in just a little while. He said the first call to Gavin Newsom was not picked up. The second call Gavin picked up. We spoke for 16 minutes. I told him to essentially, quote, and this is quoting the president, "get his ass in gear and stop the riots, which were out of control more than anything else. This shows what a liar he is." Said I never called. So here is the evidence. And here is the call log that the president sent me from his phone. This was June the 7th. Now, granted, this was on Saturday. But look, there's 1:22 o'clock in the morning. Which would have been 10 o'clock at night, 10:22 at night, California time. There was an outgoing call for 4 seconds. And then there was an outgoing call for 16 minutes. So that from the president, which says is proof that he spoke to Gavin Newsom early in the morning, our time, late at night, Friday night, would have been June 6th, I guess, in Los Angeles. So, Governor, over to you for the response. I was going to
say that's next, right? We're waiting to see what if Governor Newsom has a response to the president's. Essentially, what he has there is the receipt for what he says is the call that was made.
It's all about
the
receipts.
Long conversation. Yeah, exactly. In a 16-minute conversation. As you mentioned, as things were heating up is the timing of that call, as things were really just beginning to get started. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes.
Dan, as the president.
So Newsom came out and said if only he had shown the right ones, Trump doesn't even know what day it is. So he's saying that's not even the right receipt to the phone call that they allegedly had or did not have. Thoughts?
Well, my first question is on exactly what day were they deployed, but I think they were deployed after the 6th. So if they were deployed on the 6th the 7th. If they were deployed on the 7th or after, then Trump can credibly claim that he informed him that he was going to deploy them. There's no way to know because we couldn't listen in on the conversation, but that's what it looks like.
All phone calls, they're transcript, though, correct? That the president has. Is that only with foreign powers?
It's not even with foreign powers. It's I don't know the details of how and when they have transcripts of them, but there's no transcripts on any of the calls unless there's a special circumstance that I'm aware of.
Wow. Dang. I was thinking there would be.
No. So it's entirely up to, and that's either in or out of the White House or their personal phone. But you can ask Hegseth because apparently he has a signal chat with the president. So I'm sure it's out there. What gets me is how juvenile this is. Like, I mean, if the governor really thinks the president didn't call, then okay, I can see saying
think
that. Then
things
the
are
president's like, I did hear the receipts. I'm like, did I wake up in high school?
Right. Oh yeah, that's what it's coming down to. This whole administration's sort of like that. Here's another soundbite of Gavin Newsom coming out on looks like a podcast. He is big. Did you know he has his own podcast here? It's kind of cringe, but
no.
Yeah, the governor has his own podcast. Here's a little soundbite he just had a recent. This is 19 hours ago. We'll play it anyways.
How under control?
For the moment, but they're not about to be. He just called up another 2,000 National Guard, so it's now 4,000. And we're getting word that he's looking to operationalize that relationship and advance significantly larger scale ICE operations in partnership and collaboration with the National Guard. We're on the other side now of the red line. And I haven't even mentioned the self-evident major escalation, which is next level. And that is the Secretary of Defense just moments ago tweeting out that he's quote unquote deploying 700 active military to Los Angeles. And unless he just done it, I have not seen the Insurrection Act formally advanced, but by definition, this would require the Insurrection Act.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you have now filed suit to protest the federalizing of the California National Guard. These 700 Marines who are apparently being sent to Los Angeles, is there a legal avenue for you to challenge that deployment?
Well, unless he opposes the Insurrection Act, just blatantly unconstitutional. It's not even a close call. And so we're going to immediately try to seek a TRO, an injunction to stop this completely reckless, immoral, yes, but completely illegal and unconstitutional act. And I'll remind folks, this is an act not just against the people here in Los Angeles, against the people here in the state of California, but against Americans all across this country, against the principles of our founding father that did not live and die to watch these authoritarian tendencies in action. And let me be now even more specific. The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility. Yesterday, local law enforcement had to protect the National Guard. The additional 2,000 National Guard men and women that President Trump now is redeploying are being taken away. It's the 79th Infantry. These are I know these folks well. You know these folks well. These are the National Guard men and women that have been out there protecting you here in Southern California during the fires, after the fires. We are now taking many of them off assignments on forest management, protecting communities, vulnerable communities against summer and wildfire season. We're removing them from task forces that we've created to deal with fentanyl interdiction. I have 394 National Guard men and women down at the border. I imagine they may even be pulled for this theatrical display of toughness by a president of the United States who's unhinged and has now crossed a red line in this country. And he has nationalized this order. This is not an order against this state. This is an order that can be imposed now all across the United States.
Pretty good little soundbite there. I'm in 100% agreement with him there.
Same here. I'm going to need to get going in a few minutes,
No
but
worries.
I do want to put this up because this is alluding to what he said. Hegseth said, and this was 7 p.m. That can't be 7 p.m. Mountain Time, unless it was yesterday. Okay, this was 2 hours ago. Hegseth says U.S., quote, entering another phase in how National Guard is deployed. The Pentagon chief has indicated that Trump's National Guard deployment in California may be part of a larger policy shift. Quote, I think we're entering another phase, especially under President Trump, where his focus on the homeland, where the National Guard and reserves become a critical component of how we secure that homeland. Pete Hegseth told lawmakers during a congressional hearing. National Guard are typically part-time forces answering both to a state governor and the U.S. president. In recent history, National Guard troops have exclusively been deployed with the consent of a governor. Prior to the California deployment, the last time a president activated the National Guard troops without the consent of the governor was in 1965. I believe that was in Alabama. So that's pretty terrifying, because what that means is that we're going to see a lot more of him doing this to ostensibly avoid posse comitatus. I mean, Newsom, it's an interesting question. Once you federalize the National Guard, doesn't posse comitatus apply to the National Guard? It apply.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, well, it should. It doesn't, and I'm quasi clear on the reasons why, but not completely. I think it's I don't know. They're federalized. They're now military of the federal. That would be my argument. But apparently, posse comitatus does not necessarily apply to the National Guard when they've been federalized. It still applies to the 700 troops going in, but they are getting around it by their just in support roles, which we need a great many support roles, because a lot of people need to prop up the chairs that the 1,700 National Guardsmen are using, chairs, desks, and floors to sleep on. We need good Marines to come in and keep the porta potties running for the National Guard, who are sitting there doing nothing. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it is, and I feel like it's a complete escalation on what's going to happen. Task and Purpose came out with a good article yesterday too about what the Marines can actually do inside of LA currently, and what they can do is they can guard federal facilities and employees. So that means they have to stay within the boundaries of the federal buildings, that's a way to bypass this and put on more of a spectacle. In my mindset, he pulls one National Guard off of the border to go to LA, then he doesn't care about the border at all.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it's great to have you on, Nick. I'm glad you came. We had a good little discussion there. We went a little rabbit hole in Skibbity, but hey, that's what impromptu streams are all about, I'd imagine. We didn't even have a talking point when we came into this.
Nope, just off the cuff.
Yeah. Final thoughts, go ahead.
Well, final thoughts. So we will be doing a show tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern on In Time. We're going to be covering this. We are going to be covering any changes. We're keeping an eye on what Hegseth and Trump are saying about the National Guard, because there is a graduation ceremony at Fort Bragg right now, and they've been speaking and they've been talking about returning the General Lee and other names that have been taken from bases and so on and so forth. All the usual talking points. But meanwhile, we're also following. There was a report that Huckabee has gone to the UN in an attempt to stop the collapse. Oh, how did I get of the coalition that is keeping Netanyahu in power? If that coalition collapses, not only does Netanyahu come out of power, but he immediately falls under indictment and is probably arrested. This would be a seismic shift in the Israeli government. The word is, Hardy says that let's see, Huckabee denies that he had a meeting with Hardy to prevent the collapse of the Israeli government, but that's what people are reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that. That'll be a biggie, and everything else, Ukraine, all that other good stuff. So that'll be tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. And if you're still streaming, hopefully, we'll sort it out.
I mean, I'm probably in for the long haul, but either way, guys, if you want to tune in, I know there's a lot of people in the chat that have multiple streams up at once. Whatever, I don't know. It all depends on this marathon going and how things crack off in LA as well. Because yeah, I'm pretty dedicated into it today. But thank you for being here today, guys. If you haven't, subscribe over to In Time. It is in the chat currently. BB dropped the link. If you haven't, throw him some subs. Nick is amazing. We got to get you back on. I got to have you back on for the finalization of this Russian sanctions bill when we get a conclusion to it. So
that'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. So absolutely, anytime. Thank you for the invite. Good to see you, Chungus, and we'll stay in touch.
Cool. All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, guys. That was Nick from In Time coming in for a little fill-in today. There we go. Cancel that. I'm going to turn my camera back on. Last time I forgot when I had the Google Meets up. Activate. Activate. We're activated. All right. Back to why we're here. Let me get comfy. Let me get comfy. Whoa. I'm going to need a new chair. Now I know why Merc stands on his streams. Holy cow. Anybody want to know how many Epsom salt baths I've taken this week? We are fundraising, guys. Fundraising. I think we got Dodger dialed in. I think by the end of this, let's see. Let's take a peek at how much we raised. Take a peek, sees. Just under 300 from what I saw. I didn't know if anything else went in the chat, if you guys did. We got a lot to go, guys. I'm not giving up. We're not giving up on this marathon. Anything we can do, even if we don't make our goal today, we got to keep going. So not only Dodger, but the 14th mech as well. Let me close a bunch of these windows because we're all over the place now. Here it is, right here. Pinned in the top of the chat. Paige in Kansas. It is her birthday, guys. Show her some love on her birthday. If nothing else, show her some love on her birthday. Donate to her 501c3, Ukraine Frontline Inc. She is there right now delivering aid. The more she gets now, the more she can help in country. And she is there. It is not only her birthday, it is the senior sergeant's birthday of the 14th Mechanized Brigade, who we have been supporting since, for me, day one of fundraising. Since day one, numero uno. The first fundraiser ever was for the 14th. These gentlemen right here, fighting for their freedom. And they are in tough spots. They're headed back to a very tough spot. So we need to get them some more drones. She is pushing for drones. Let me pull up. Let me pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. Brain, focus. I'm gonna grab some coffee here in a bit. I'm not stopping. We're gonna keep going. Right, I'm not stopping. Right here. I'll read it out to you guys. Let me see if I can. There we go. Today is my birthday. It's also 14th Brigade Senior Sergeant Serhiy's birthday. This year, I am only accepting two kinds of gifts: birthday spankings and drones. Since I'm in Ukraine, I'm guessing that most of you will go with the drone option. Let's get the 14th Brigade some eyes in the sky. And there it is. Give butter, 501c3. Preferred. Tax write-off, guys. It's both of their birthdays today. Both of them right there. And it's also, I think it's right, yeah, it should be right around the time of my 1-year anniversary for fundraising for the Armed Forces of Ukraine. So there's a lot today. It's the trifecta effect of donating, whatever you guys can do. Just let us know if you make a donation so we can kind of keep track. Right now we're right about, I think we're like at 285. I could probably give you a good guess. 1, 2, we had 200 in match, and then we had a 200 anonymous, and then 100 anonymous, 100 match. Let me do some quick math because I'm just super good at math. We're at around 270 documented right now that we know of today. 270 bucks. Okay, we can't make the 2,500 a day. It's understandable because it is moving kind of slow, but we can do what we can, right? Can you reserve a spanking in November? Possibly. It depends what NAFO tunnel she's in at the time. Possibly. Any recent? No, nothing recent. Okay, let me check. My phone was going off. And it's going off for all the wrong reasons. All real life stuff. I don't care about real life stuff right now. I'm trying to fundraise. Okay. So that's what we're doing. Again, a few words from the 14th.
Бажаємо здоров'я. Ми зараз знаходимося на гарячій точці на Куп'янському напрямку. Хочемо звернутися за допомогою до всіх небайдужих на Мавік, 3Т, які будуть нам допомагати нищити ворога. Всі разом до перемоги. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
They need drones. They need drones. 3, 4, 5. They need drones. And we should be very close, within like $100 of wrapping up what Dodger needs. This gentleman right here. But we need to get him drones. If I gotta push this to another day too, we're gonna keep doing it until we're where I think we need to be. Dodger taking a nap after drone defense, after they were shooting down Shaheds like nothing. It was a turkey shoot and a video to show it. Boom. Drone down. Drone down. He needs new gear. Headed in looking rough. Headed in looking like Soviet era gear, guys. He needs better gear. We're not gonna have him going in Soviet gear. Yeah, Sleepy Dodger. Man, all those guys, they're just working. They burn at both ends. He doesn't sleep good anyways. I'd imagine. Yeah, I imagine why. What we got? We got another one. Oh, that was earlier. That was earlier. Okay, I guess we can go into the world of TikTok too and cover, but I am plugging this fundraiser. At me somewhere if you make a donation. At me on Discord, whatever. DM me if you do. Thank you, Linda. If you could just DM me or let BB know how much so we can kind of keep track of where we're at, please. Thank you guys. This is what it's all about to get today. Paige in Kansas' birthday. In the background, let's take a peek at what's going on in LA because it is getting a little later. People should be out 3:42. We're taking peeksies on LA. Keep an eye on LA because I know everybody's interested in that. I know I am. Especially with Marines and now counter protesters. Oh, Eastlos is up.
When are the robot dogs coming out? Those are only used in situations where they have one person. Because more like in this situation, those little robot dogs are gonna get stomped on. They're gonna get beat up. Big John says he has sideway tacos every night. Look, John, don't come over here bragging, okay? Some of us don't have that option. LA Confidential in the house. All right, shout out to LA Confidential. Thank you, brother, for being here. Appreciate you, man. LA Con, he's also out here every once in a while. Are you coming out here, LA Con? Helicon has a lot of good live footage. He has a lot of cool lowriders. He owns, I hope you don't mind me saying this, he owns a dope-ass El Camino on the works. It's still getting there, Well, at least the last time I saw it. I don't know how it looks now. But yeah, he's got a dope El Camino, putting in work on it. Soon is going to be show ready. Show ready.
Yes, sir. 530. We have a few individuals down at Alameda, maybe between the. I don't know if they're jumping the fence off of the.
Thank you, Linda. That's huge. Thank you so much.
The property. I don't know what's going to help us out with that. We're removed, but I don't know if they're making their way over the fence.
They got some guys jumping fences to try to get down to Alameda. That's not a good idea, man.
Do they come up behind these federal officers there?
They're gonna get bombarded by officers if they try to jump the fence.
Roger, sir. We have two of the National Guard or marshals that are plugging that hole right now. They intercepted the 5 vehicles that were walking down there. Copy. And that unit that went east on Temple is now northbound Gary from Temple. That large group that left Alameda Temple.
They're coming north on Garrett. So it looks like they're gonna be. They're coming around. So a large group coming this way.
310, monitor yourself, please.
So they're coming this way. They're coming.
260 series, Maritime and 270 and 260 series, Maritime 370 series, respond to both East Alameda, monitor that is moving eastbound Temple.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be coming up this way. They're traveling that way like this, and they'll be coming up this way.
We need Mary Queen at 260 series.
Just do a little math behind the scenes right there.
Steve's in the house.
Respond to Temple, east of Alameda, to monitor crowd that is moving eastbound Temple.
And there's no cars coming. You good?
They're northbound on Temple. They're not on Temple anymore.
Hey, Ferry, what do you think? Should I get this guy to sing the song?
I'm trying to loop around the commercial up to the north end of the
This guy's
Feed's a little choppy, but yeah. Streaming from LA on his phone. He should come right back. I really like this guy. He was out there being chill, trying to be neutral, and then some cops are driving by. He's like, "You fucking lost?" He's like, "I wasn't gonna say nothing." Yeah, you weren't, but you did. He's a cool guy. I hit him up in the chat. He was like, "Yeah, go ahead and reshare my stuff. Just give credit where credit is due." This is East Los Audits, and he's up in it. Like this guy. Let's see where else we got. Okay, that's all I got from there. Doing math. Spinning wheels, East Los. All right, while I do some math, I'm going to throw some sound on the back because we're going long today, guys. We're going long. Long, long, long. Here we go. Music. I like some lo-fi. Lo-fi in the chaos. Guys, if you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord. Also, if things are still cracking off with the protests, I am headed to San Francisco tomorrow. And if they are in front of the ICE building, I'm going to try to do a little journalism in real life. Down in the city by the bay. Math hard. Okay, that's everything I can see. And then I go back here and look. there was another one there. That's what I was missing. Okay. Do. Math hard. What is up with your feed, my guy? Was it me? Did we lose him? Is he back? Yeah, we're getting a spinning wheel from him. Let's see if AXN's down there while I'm doing this. AXN is not in the business today. Probably tired. I put live stream. Not many YouTubers down there. I was expecting a lot more, to tell you the truth. New York Post. Someone caught a round from the New York Post the other day. What's this? Reuters? I have to take a peek at Reuters. They got a camera down there. Okay, now where's my spreadsheet? Spread 'em sheet. Here we go. Okay, I am showing a total amount so far this stream. $398.89. That is nothing to sleep on. Why poor Chungus? What'd I do? Oh my god, what'd I miss? Sorry guys, I've been ignoring the chat because I'm doing a million things. Linda, you're doing great. Thank you so much. You're a super supporter. Yeah, another maternity hospital hit. I wish I just don't know how to air that and not lose my mind all the time. But yeah, we need focus on that. Well, that's why we're here. Show me some love, spank the like. Yes, hit the like, subscribe. Also, guys, looking at the algorithm, the real issue we're having is notifications. If you haven't hit the notification, please hit the notification. Yeah, poor Chungus math sucks. Yeah, we're at three, just under $400, guys. That's huge. That's doing good. We're going for a chunk. Okay, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna switch it up though, because we are gonna be covering LA. So I'm gonna throw a different picture up now that we're halfway through this. I'm not gonna switch streams. What we are going to do is change the thumbnail and continue on with the birthday bash for Paige while we look at LA. Let me see what picture I got. Oh, you know, that's kind of a good picture right there. I wonder if I can just snip that. Oh, I want the Mission Road sign though. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna do a little photo editing while we do this too. Mr. Master Tasker here. Hubert, you didn't DM me either. DM me so I can get this sent off to you. You won. You won amazing. There we go. Code of Arms from the 151st. And NAFO vinyl. Eh? Fellow vinyl. Okay, back to my photo editing while the madness continues. People are pissed. Pictures. Okay, then we're just gonna make that smaller. There we go. Add border. I'm getting really good at this stuff. We're gonna make that thicker though. Make that bigger. And then close that border. Not the actual border, the picture I'm doing. Scale. Scale. Enhance. Enhance. I got myself a thumbnail. Export. Pictures. Sent. Replace. Done. Close. How's everybody doing tonight? Thanks for hanging with me, guys. Gotta do it. Okay. I gotta keep alive. If I can bring people in, change the thumbnail for this, I gotta do it. Because we gotta raise money. So that's my mindset. Ah, I made that way too small. Those weak bones. Hella weak bones. I'm playing with the photo editor right now in the background. And I need coffee. My God. Can someone get me some coffee real quick? Pull that out. Who's got my coffee? Export. Okay, let's see if that works. Edit. Change. God, it's also still small. I suck. All of a sudden I don't know how to video edit. Ooh, I saw coffee in the chat. I want coffee. Okay. There we go. See if that worked. I'm really curious to see if the National Guard gets more involved and how this plays out. Those instigators there, the counter protesters, that was wild. I don't know what he's thinking. I know what he's thinking. I can do better than that. That's better. Freeway thumbnail. Save. Okay, now we should be back in business. That's better. Okay. Title. All right. Come react in the chat to live LA protests. Also, save. Yeah, LA's still going off. It's not over. It's getting worse. So it's getting worse in the fact that they're sending more National Guard and then active duty Marines, and they're making arrests. It's popping off right here in front of us. Let me just make sure this looks good. I'll pull up my own. Gotta check my own stuff, you know? That looks good. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're in it. All right, guys. I'm gonna cut the music. I'm gonna play this coverage of LA and we'll get a little more in depth. I'm just gonna go make some coffee, guys, and stretch a little bit. We are on hour 4 right now of the stream, and I need to stretch and I need to caffeinate. Stick with me, guys, please. Share it out. Here we go. I'll be right back.
We built this shit, not you! You don't deserve to be here!
you're here. Hey! Don't let them close us in! Hey, everyone! Go! Coming from the back!
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Hi, Indy Darkstar. I got a blueberry fritter and coffee. I had to. I bought blueberry fritters this morning for breakfast. Amazing. Succulent, if you will. Whew. Glad to be here. All right, let's get into these protests, yeah? Guys, if you're just coming in, we also have a pinned fundraiser in the top for the 14th Mechanized Brigade via Paige in Kansas. It's their birthday. It is her birthday. Please donate whatever you can and let me know in the chat what you donated so I can keep tally. But it's for the 14th Mechanized. They need drones. We should be wrapping up Dodger from 151st and his kit as well. So far, we're at $398 from what I've tallied so far from what people have told me today. All right, let's see what's going on. Pull up the scanner too.
Station on copy the following quick broadcast information on the passport.
Industry 143 King 7 of I-10 459 to a vehicle occurred approximately 15 minutes ago at the address of 1.
Alright, I kind of like how we did it yesterday, so...
5800 Main Street, doing business as JB Burgers in the city of La Puente.
I'm gonna pull up multiple feeds.
Suspect was last seen entering a silver SUV with...
I'm pull up multiple feeds at once.
With dark tinted windows in the front passenger seat. Suspect is described as a male adult wearing a black sweater, black pants, and a red mask. The second suspect, the driver. There's no details on the driver. They were last seen heading westbound on Stanford Avenue.
Oh, dang. Hey, we got protests in New York, too. I'm going to pull that up also.
Items obtained were one blue bag containing checkbooks.
We got NYC checking in, guys. New York in the house.
Containing more checkbooks. The victim believes the suspects follow him from Chase Bank, located on the intersection of Colima Road and Assistant Avenue in the city of Industry.
NYC's checking in,
If there are no
guys.
questions for Industry 143 King 7, let's see you can drop the patch.
Any questions?
Anything trackable in the backpack?
Later on the call, suspect is a male adult in a white model windows with paper plates on a left from 5 seconds ago.
Seattle as well checking in. Seattle's got a small one going. God, I kind of want to watch Seattle too.
Highway 71. 90 my stop. Show me 1185.
7190, you're stopping in rush. Requesting a line.
Got some live feeds, so see how I can set this up.
East LA 28 handles, 28 Marius, 459, 931, 492362 Street, Maywood. Those 9940 Bold, wearing all black.
See if I can melt my video card on stream, yeah? So East Coast Audits is doing. Sounds like he cut his. AP. AP also. Associate Press. I don't see many independent journalists going out there other than on TikTok right now. Yesterday there was quite a few. Okay, so to the right here, this is New York when it comes back. This, LA, and the two to the left, LA as well. My volume's low? Test. Test. Alright, hold on. Better? Test. Hold on, it'll get better. Alright, better? How do I sound?
71, 71.
Alright, much better? Alright, good.
37, 110, 97, any mileage, 227, 150. 227, 150,
What happened to...
17 ED7 or 1610.
What? Yo. I don't want to learn...
LA 77 for 2097. For 2097, advise your status.
Reuters live? We're watching Reuters.
LA 420, code 4.
Fox LA.
It's a way to pick up truck, plate of 8, Adam 75317. Plate checking, erratic in lanes, that's clear to pick up out of La Puente, no further. CDK 721 at 1616.
The guys that were out last night, the late night guys, were wild and it was crazy.
7251, I copy.
7251, copy.
132 King, additional 797 on Maple Road to the United Way.
This guy's a kid. He's drinking a Monster Energy. He's like freaking 12. What the hell, dude? You don't need that. Alright, there's a lot of people out today. Kyle the Carp. He's got 74 followers. That doesn't look... That's Chicago. This is Chicago? Alright, we'll go that too. So we got New York, Chicago, LA.
LA 67, 110, 98, final coding, 2B.
Radio voice. I got my radio voice.
All units ready.
Nothing in New York. This feed went down. See, okay, I won't go back to Seattle then. Seattle's gotta go crazy. Omaha's out too. Everybody's checking in. Nationwide protests, Seattle. Keep an eye on Seattle. Get some coffee in me, yeah? See if they know how to protest in Seattle, huh? In Chicago.
East LA, wait, code 6,
The blueberry fritter, oh my god. There's this little donut shop down the street, and they make amazing donuts. Surrounded by a bunch of Asian ladies, and they're like amazing donut makers.
near the handle, 911B, Kings Road and Santa Monica Boulevard.
Alright, see if I can...
Male adult, 30s unresponsive. Reading at Kings Road and
entrance to Gilson. In a gray shirt, blue pants, fires en route, package 78.
We're gonna fill the screen up here, guys. Boom. Boom. There we go. I can maybe even make my face a little bigger. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Burgers on the grill with roasted wax pepper. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Oh, I haven't had a freaking pimento burger in days. God, since I was in college. You mix you take two burger patties, right? And you season them up, and in the middle you put cheddar cheese and pimentos, and you mix them up together, and then you seal the patty, and lettuce and tomato on your bun, like a sesame bun, and you put the lettuce on the bottom, and then you cook the burger with the pimentos and the cheese in the middle, and you put it on top of that with red onion and tomato, and you have your cheddar cheese and pimentos in the middle of the burger, and when you bite into it, it just like splooges in your mouth.
Looks like somebody got over the shoulder. Forward clear.
Order many letters to the right shoulder.
I turned the scanner down a little. It interrupted my burger splooging. There we go. Interrupt my burger splooge. Shit. How's everybody doing? Alright, we're still fundraising, guys. We're still fundraising in the background. $400 today, that's nothing to sleep on. Let's go. We can do more. We will. We got a while to go. Taking a peek-sees at the protesting. So far, it looks pretty peaceful. Looks like they got one guy down here detained for something, or maybe he's just hurt. They're checking on him. I'm interested to see what's going on here in Chicago.
They're taking up on both sides, y'all. Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Yeah, they shut this bitch down! Fuck ICE! Hey, come on, boy, this bitch! Go! You know, we coming back, we right with it.
We're gonna go nationwide protest coverage today.
Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Woo!
There we go. There we go. You ate a taco salad? Oh, I'm sorry, BB. Go get something to eat. So they're in Chicago yelling F ICE. We got Chicago. We got Seattle. I don't know what's going on here in Seattle. It doesn't look like much. What's going on here?
LA 77420, 98 from a 2 vehicle at 92.
Oh, they got some people against the wall here in LA. I don't know what that's all about. Got more people marching in LA over here. Ooh, quite a few people. Someone was smart. They got a vest on. Ooh, pizza and a cannoli. Cannoli? Cannoli? Marching on the streets. Oh, I saw a Marine Corps flag with the protesters. Over to the right. That's smart. Bring the Marine Corps flags out. Where was it? Right there. Yeah, peaceful protest, guys. Looks pretty peaceful. What is going on in Seattle?
And then there's another one up there, which we'll go look at that from a different angle. Because the scooter can't make it up this hill. And in fact, we're going to go one more street past Columbia, because even Columbia had a hard time with it.
Man, nothing really. That doesn't look like a protest in Seattle. Chicago's definitely out. LA's definitely out. Homeboy can't get his scooter up the hill in Seattle. All right, we're gonna peek into LA then, because it looks like they're the most active. They got Mexican-American flags out. They got American flags out this time. That guy's still out there with the dinosaur suit. He's been out there for 3 days now. Coexist flag. I'm liking it. Looks pretty normal. They got one person detained in zip ties. The CHP does. Alright, what's this?
Oh, look, they've tied these pile up too. Good.
All right, and
What's up with the scooters? That's what I want to know. Why are those piled up in a bunch in Seattle?
More than 6 hours. They started at 8 in the morning. I couldn't make that here that early. 8 a.m. is too early if you want me to come to your protest. You hear me? In fact, I thought it was a prank. But there's no way they're trying to do this at 8 in the morning. He's hiding his face. That's hilarious. I think he's just a janitor.
Oh, this must be outside the ice facility.
Wonder what the janitor did to make him want to hide his face. Is he ashamed of where he works, maybe? I don't know.
There's a few people. I wonder why they stack their bikes like that. I don't know. Seattle's weird. More people detained in LA? Looks like Chicago froze up. I gotta get more comfy. Actually, I gotta stretch real quick. I just gotta stand up. All right, much better. Here's New York. See what New York's doing. Damn, dude, New York's cracking. Holy cow.
New York is home, New York is state.
Refusefascism.org. Dang, there's hella people out in New York. Dude, they got it going down in New York. I'm liking that. East Los audits might be arrested? What?
With the words GANAS. GANAS.
What happened to East Los audits?
Obtained from the victim was a Mickey Mouse lunch pail, black and red. And inside the Mickey Mouse lunch pail was $1,600 US dollars.
Oh, he's up. East Los is up right now.
Also inside was a black wallet.
All right, last one.
Oh, damn, he's
Finally,
surrounded.
Last one.
Scooter! Hey!
Put that in your
Yeah,
backpack.
go ahead, go ahead.
Backpack off.
No way.
Hey, can we borrow your clutch?
Yep, go for it.
No way.
Phone in here.
Yeah, please. Shove it all in there, please.
Hey.
Oh,
Shove it in
shit.
this one.
They're taking him.
The top end goes down.
I know. I'm trying to figure it out right there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Still recording. So figure out how to turn it off. Ready?
I'll go with you.
Walking backwards.
Dang, they got East Los.
Okay, so you even got this arm.
I know. I'm just giving you a hit. I know.
Find ourselves a spot on the fence line.
Somewhere to shave, man. Just go find some shade.
Dang, dude, they freaking hemmed him up. East Los Audits got arrested. Or he's detained at least.
You got nothing on you, right?
I have a phone. I have a phone in my pocket.
All right, cool.
And I think I have
peppers in my pocket.
Oh no, they cut it. Damn, dude. What led up to that?
And so they do have the call. We're trying to get a truck out there.
Did they cut it? They did, didn't they?
totally suck. You get arrested.
Alright, we're gonna play this shit.
And I just heard them say they're gonna come in one by one. They're only allowing.
You're really from one. I'm concentrated on the data for, but not the third.
All right. Live on YouTube and Instagram. So, we are corralled. Looks like we're gonna get arrested. They were just saying they're only allowing people with press passes to go through. If you don't have a press pass, we're gonna get arrested.
Damn.
And as you know, I don't resist. If they say I'm going to jail, then I'm going to jail. I'm going to go ahead and allow that to happen. I'm not going to fight these guys. I'm not going to let them break my equipment. So we're kettled. We're stuck. They got us. CHP got us.
1 item 40 to incident commander.
Do you think if he hopped that fence and took off, if they would go after him?
Unit incident commander, go ahead and identify.
Damn,
It happens.
dude.
The media's behind there.
Call 410 found and videos en route to Alameda Commercial. Avenue 2 and 21 video Rogers and 1
Damn. That's the second time he got corralled.
On this side too. You can't reason with them. You can't reason with them.
You know, like what the charge is. You know, they have
Well,
to tell us.
eventually they will. But technically, we didn't do nothing, so you'll be all right. Even if they charge you, you'll be fine. You don't even have to plead anything. Well, it all depends. But you're fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
I'm just gonna call my mom.
Oh, definitely call your parents. Definitely call your parents.
You definitely call your parents because your ass going to jail. Look at that RoboCop dude, man.
Damn. I think this time I'm getting arrested, yo. This time I'm getting arrested. Well, that's gonna totally suck. I get arrested.
Damn, dude.
Excuse me.
See if his feet came back up because we know he just got hemmed up. We just watched it. That's the end. That's the end, guys. He got hemmed. Free East Los audits.
Atlantic, white BMW plate of 8 Tom
Hashtag
585. Was walking
Free
into parties
East
were no verbal
Los
415, but white BMW's on their way in full lane this time. Give me 01640.
Audits. Damn. That's a bummer. Thanks for the plug on that. We caught it right at the end and we got hemmed up. Now they got East Los. That's one more journalist down without a press pass. Yeah, it's important to have a press pass. Even though it might be made up. Timu press pass.
Question, everyone. This will be for White Honda Civic. Plate number 8, Lincoln, Mary, Paul, 574.
I think the police are moving in.
620-004.
Something's going on.
Should I walk back over?
Go over there.
Why are they all filing into the fire truck like a clown car? How are they all fitting in there?
There'll be nothing of press.
The hell that guy do? I don't know. They arrested 2 cameramen yesterday, so.
Over there right now?
All right, see what this guy's doing. I want to see why these ambulances are there.
Yeah, a ton of people said don't go over here, so I'm just making my way over.
They got a bunch of ambulances up.
Johnny, are you trying to get arrested? No. No, please. Not again, please. No, I think that the officers are getting away from this area. They're trying to chase the protest, and I'm trying to keep a safe distance away from the protest, because before, when they were kettling people in.
You saw a piece of masking tape with press written on it last night? That's freaking insane.
Again, for all of y'all who don't know, hey, it's Johnny, your favorite little Democratic journalist based here. Right
No,
now
Lord,
in Los
oh,
Angeles.
Lord
We're
Hito did?
documenting the
Okay.
protests on the
I
ground.
haven't been
So
watching
far,
Lord
we've
Hito.
been pepper sprayed. We have been tear gas.
I've been trying to watch some of the TikTokers and keep an eye on multiple feeds. I didn't look at Lord Hito. But they just got my boy. They got my freaking East Los Audits boy. Man, he got hemmed up. Have to do a fundraiser for his books. Day 3, watching mostly this stuff. Yeah, I know. Well, believe me. Yeah, not like I had plans or nothing. This is important though, so. God, I could have done laundry.
Looks like there's another one somewhere at 1020. We'll be around 7. Everyone at 10 here.
I gotta do laundry hella bad.
I just got one at 79 east on 60 west of the 710 for a gray Dodge Durango into the center right now on its side.
What TC do you need us to go to?
I have that 79 eastbound west of the 710 400 advice in route to outlet.
They got a lot of CHP out.
501 10 400. 501 advice to go to the 79 and use your responsibility one.
Nothing's really cracking off there. This freaking Seattle one's bootsy. We're switching from that one. They're not doing shit in Seattle.
What's Mary 1 company? He's going to be eastbound 60 just west of Garfield.
This chick's live in LA? Jesus. Oh my god, look at all that makeup. I had to peek. Alright, who else do we have up? Who's this? I forgot which one this was. This is okay, that's Jack. Okay, we're gonna go here. Oh, that's Reuters. We have Reuters up. That's just Reuters TikTok. Juan Mayo.
On a suspicious vehicle still moving southbound 5 from Bandini. Parties in a big rig advised a gray Nissan 4-door. There's a female in the passenger seat lying completely on her back with no shirt, and per the RP, the male driver was groping her, concerned that she was passed out. 3 unit on lesson 3. 163 out of 1 and 343, 163 out of 1. 10-4.
Yeah, it's still pretty peaceful. It looks like people just out there speaking their mind.
One's sufficient, thank you.
Oh wow, this is like that. We can catch some from yesterday then. I got some good clips I saved from yesterday. Yeah, check this guy out. Where'd my volume go? Oh, right here.
So I came back to the office to do some paperwork that I need to get done, but as California erupts into chaos, I just want you guys to be careful out there. I can't say much. Those of you who know, you know why I can't say much. But just take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. This is why these guys are so strong, because we're not taking care of each other. We're not looking out for each other. We're not doing those things that is said in the Bible. We're not holding those things tight. Living word by word. We're picking and choosing. This is that time. We need to stick together. Only divided will you fall. So, again, take care of each other, and I'll be back when I can.
It's good to hear that from a U.S. Army guy, but there was also the Marines. There was the Marine guys coming out and saying very different opinions on whatever they may or may not be saying. Okay, have you guys seen MAGA Cult Slayer?
You're tuned into the resistance. No filters, no mercy. Over the weekend, President Trump deployed 2,000 National Guard troops into Los Angeles, bypassing the governor, bypassing protocol, and bulldozing the line between order and occupation. This isn't law enforcement, it's political theater, militarized. Downtown LA erupted, tear gas, rubber bullets, flashbangs, Waymo cars set ablaze, journalists shot, over 40 arrests, and Trump now calling for protesters who wear masks to be arrested as criminals, as if the problem here is face coverings and not federal troops storming city blocks. California is suing, civil liberty groups are mobilizing, and legal experts say if Trump brings in active duty forces next, it'll be the most dangerous constitutional breach in modern history without ever declaring martial law. And while that show of force dominates headlines, Trump just signed off on a new global travel ban, targeting 12 nations without blinking. This is about consolidation, control, and distraction. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Mayor Mike Duggan just went independent, launching a bid for Michigan governor. It's a seismic shift in one of the most contested political battlegrounds in the country, and both major parties are scrambling to contain it. But even with all that chaos, there's something else, something bigger. In less than 2 weeks, something's coming that will shake foundations. Not just politics, not just headlines, foundations. We're not teasing for clicks, we're warning for the record. You'll feel it when it lands. You're tuned into the Resistance, no filters, no mercy.
MAGA Cult Slayer has some of the best content I've seen on X. So as soon as I saw them on TikTok, I'm like, oh, okay. We're going to check this out. Warnings of something big coming. We'll see what that is. But very cool to see them on TikTok as well, because they are epic with their content on X.
So I live in Los Angeles, and I don't know if you've been watching the news, but it's getting to be summertime, so things are really heating up. Now, if you want a fun way of cooling down, I recommend a water balloon fight. But if you want to make it fun and colorful, you can fill those water balloons with paint. The way that you do that is you get like a smart water bottle with a nozzle on it, fill it halfway with water and halfway with any fun color paint, maybe black or blood red. Make sure it's not too big because then it'll pop, which you don't want doing. Make sure you use a washable paint, because if it's not washable, it'll be really difficult to get off whatever you're throwing it at. And if you really want to have fun and throw it really far, you can get one of those ball throwers, you know, like for dogs with the tennis balls. So yeah, have a nice, cool summer. Hopefully we can cool things down in LA.
Great tips to have fun. Safely.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
This is everybody's favorite dinosaur. You got the dinosaur out shaming. The dinosaurs came back to shame.
This is what fascist governments do when people rise up, and the people are rising up. Like, we are here defending our communities. There's no two ways about it. We are here to say you cannot separate these families. You cannot take people away.
They're picking up people. Vans are coming, people, and their faces are covered. They're wearing black, and they're just putting people in vans, arresting them. It's happening all over. And now that the National Guard has been released, it's horrifying.
It is an embarrassment to have the National Guard deployed on domestic territory against its people. It is despicable.
Oh, few words from the protesters. Which one is this one? I think we saw this one. Yeah, we already saw all those. Okay, yeah, I know I had more. I had more here. That was the drone activity. Oh, okay, so David Huerta got released.
America has been great because it always...
So David Huerta, who leads the Powerful Service Employees International Union in California, was released from custody on Monday after his arrest during a downtown LA immigration raid set off a firestorm. Over the weekend, calls for his release grew louder from a chorus that included elected officials and hundreds of people who gathered for a demonstration on Monday.
It has tried to achieve greatness. It is always trying to achieve better than what it is today. And then what it was 10 years ago, what it was 20 years ago, what it was 50 years ago, what it was 100 years ago. His flaw is to think that somehow we're going to go back to some past that's going to make this country greater or better. I disagree. The greatness of America is still yet to come. The greatness in America, is an ideal that we all fight for. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We the people, of the people, for the people. Our fight for democracy. Our fight for a better society, a better tomorrow. That is what makes America.
All right, David Huerta's out and about. They finally had to kick him out. He got hurt, too. He got hurt when he got arrested.
And it is not just Los Angeles. In San Francisco tonight, hundreds gathered in front of the ICE office to stand with the people protesting in LA. The gathering becoming more tense as the night wore on, with people turning over barricades and vandalizing SFPD patrol cars and Waymos.
And Bart says the demonstrations are disrupting service. The agency says trains are not stopping at the Embarcadero station at the request of police.
NBC Bay Area's Alyssa Gord was at the protest and spoke to people about why they decided to take.
I'm going to be in Frisco tomorrow. If they're protesting out there, I might, if things go right, go swoop by there and see what's going on.
To the streets.
In downtown San Francisco tonight, protesters stood in front of the ICE office on Sansum, a show of solidarity with demonstrators in LA who've been protesting for 3 straight days following the ICE raids there.
It's important for us to show up everywhere because of what happened in LA, what's happening in LA, what's happening all over our country.
In LA, less lethal rounds were fired during a clash between protesters, LA police, and National Guard members outside a federal detention center. Some angry President Trump deployed the National Guard.
My husband's a soldier overseas as we speak, and I'm a veteran. So this angers me. This angers me. It's disgusting. They're using your own soldiers on your own people.
We also know that local members of the National Guard are among the troops heading to Los Angeles. Our cameras captured them loading up, then leaving out of Walnut Creek today. Some Bay Area lawmakers are sharply criticizing the Trump administration's actions.
This move to federalize the National Guard troops is designed to inflame and divide. That is the goal, to create chaos and inflame and trigger a reaction over the governor and the mayor's objection.
We stand in solidarity with our immigrant communities. We are here to urge that all protests remain peaceful.
Back in San Francisco, the tone turned tense. Some protesters spray painted the ICE building, dismantled the metal barricade, and attempted to smash some of the windows.
People here say that they've been following what's been going on in LA very closely, and many people told me that they're concerned that similar immigration raids or even deployment of federal troops could happen here.
I would really like the people in the Bay Area and the people all around the country to know that, that it's people from all walks of life that are opposing the dramatic overreach of the Trump administration.
As the evening went on, police had out their batons and were pushing the crowd back. We saw at least one protester pushed over. Demonstrators say they plan to continue.
I'm pretty sure they already did ICE raids in San Francisco, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that they were there sometime this last month.
Speaking up.
You got to come out when you got to come out. And I know in LA they're having a big demonstrations tomorrow and stuff too. So we're not going to stop.
In San Francisco, Alyssa Gord, NBC, Bay Area News.
It'd be interesting to see if I'm there tomorrow and I see anything going on. I'm sure it's not going to stop, but a lot has to do. I mean, this is going to be day by day how it goes. Here is someone from. I don't know who this is. During four-time Grammy-nominated singer Dochill's, did I say that right? Dochill's acceptance speech for Best Female Hip Hop Artist at the BET Awards on Monday, she called out the Trump administration actions toward protesters in California.
Much as I'm honored by this award, I do want to address what's happening right now outside of the building. There are ruthless attacks that are creating fear and chaos in our communities in the name of law and order. Trump is using military forces to stop a protest. And I want y'all to consider what kind of government it appears to be when every time we exercise our democratic right to protest, the military is deployed against us. What type
God
of
damn,
government is that?
dude. Good words.
People are being swept up and torn from their families, and I feel it's my responsibility as an artist to use this moment to speak up for all oppressed people.
Hell yeah.
For black people, for Latino people, for trans people, for the people in Gaza. We all deserve to live in hope and not in fear. And I hope we stand together, my brothers and my sisters, against hate, and we protest against it. Thank you, BT.
Dang. Right on. Right on having a stage to do that on. NY Post, New York. Oh yeah. Oh, this is something I missed. Yeah, the New York Post guy got like nailed right in the face. They freaking shot the camera guy. That's wild. You can see him clearly aim, line up his aim. They're probably even joking. Like, $10 says I can hit him in the head. Look at that. Coming right at him. Just for holding the camera. Yeah, they always forget Ukraine, BB. I don't know. I just don't know what to say about it anymore. I don't know why. But, yeah. I know it. Everybody goes up there. It's always focused on Gaza. They just... God, I wish more people would pay attention. I really do. But I'm glad she at least stood up for what she could. You could tell she was nervous talking to. So it would be nice for more people to mention Ukraine.
They were not allowed to respond to government accusations that they were criminals.
This is in Trump Tower lobby in NYC.
Or terrorists. They were not permitted to demonstrate that they met the requirements for asylum or residence in this country. The Supreme Court clearly prohibited the Trump administration's use of the Enemy Aliens Act to deport people from this country. And it stated that these people were denied the right of habeas corpus. Habeas corpus states in the Constitution that all people on U.S. soil must have their day in court and cannot be imprisoned without cause. That's right. That's right. Bring him home! Bring him home! Bring him home! Making it impossible for them to be found or receive legal counsel. We are focusing today and every day on the cruelty of illegal and violent abductions where people have been torn from their families with no judicial warrant. Shame. And we are resisting the horror of sending people to concentration camps. Shame. We reject the president's flaunting the judgment of the United States Supreme Court. Shame. Today is also the first day of the administration's travel ban. We reject this travel ban, and we reject the administration's attempts to limit the issuance of student and academic visas. For President Trump, for years, President Trump has demonized immigrants, people who have come here to flee persecution, to find a better life, to seek freedom, to study, to find work, and to join family members already here. For centuries, the United States has been a beacon of freedom.
Welcome to another edition.
Oh, nice words in Trump Tower in the lobby. I'm glad to hear that. Let me peek back in and see what's going on. We got the paddy wagon out. Looks like they're just corralling small groups and making arrests. Maybe that's a new tactic. Just start detaining people. Making them go away that way. I don't know. I don't know.
You have no right to be doing this.
I'm only on 5 hours right now, BB. I was 8 hours yesterday, and then the day before yesterday, 8 hours. Trying hard.
Where's your
Look, they removed the license plates off their vehicles too.
license plate? Where's your license plate? Are you even an ICE agent, or you're just a citizen? Where is your license plate? You have no right. No, you don't. This guy right here, is he even an agent? Is he even an agent? Walker and Sons, no license plate. Is he even an agent? He's not an agent. You have no right. No right to be pulling up into people's...
Yeah, 3 hours time difference. It's okay. I'm actually barely hanging in there right now. I'm gassing out a little bit today.
Them their rights? Did you even read them their rights?
Oh, more detentions going on ice in the background. I'm gonna close this. Well, let me see if I can bring another one. I want to see what the TikTok journalists are doing. Pull the scanner up a little bit too. Powering through. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh, that's Reuters. Damn it, I did it again. I don't see much of anything happening. It looks pretty peaceful. Well, I see some cops. Okay, there's a lineup down there.
I can't zoom in. Let me zoom in. Oh, I'm already zoomed in. Ew, what was that laugh? Nasty. See, if you can't make fun of yourself, y'all, there's no reason in being like... Oh.
Can you be identified?
Okay. Hold on. She just said here.
Alright, I need more coffee. That's what it is. I'm staying on. Guys, we're still fundraising. We're still fundraising for Paige. You guys are lurking in the background. It is Paige's birthday.
Okay, literally the fly is in my lungs. I think he made a home. See, I should have gotten a bike. That's what I needed. Okay, we're gonna get back to the protest. I just need to walk over here. We're gonna go to the protest. I'm just getting Jess. I'm just finding Jesus. I'm just kidding. I'm finding my sister. She kind of looks like Jesus, though, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh my god. Alright, we're doing too much of that. We can mute that one. What's going on over here? Nothing. Bunch of people walking. What we got over here? People getting arrested.
Son, male Hispanic 14, depression, black jacket, black pants, no weapons, attempting to harm himself in the garage at location. Informant is standing by with disturbing party in the bedroom of location, arguing with mom, fencing swords in bedroom of road fire staging. Disturbing party and informant in the living room. Take us 175.
Another stream cut. I see more cops in the city of Los Angeles than I do people. That's all I see right now. Solidarity in Iowa? This is Iowa?
Never be divided. The people united will never be divided. People united will never be divided.
This is Iowa. You got some stream lag? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, but I'm here. I'm barely here. Not a lot going on right now behind here. But we're going to hang in there.
Hey guys, it's starting to break up, so just want to remind everybody that No King's Day is on Saturday. You can find a protest near you on nokings.org, I believe it is. Just Google search No Kings Protest Saturday, and you'll be able to find something. There are, I don't even know, like 1,800 protests throughout the nation. This was just a pop-up protest in Des Moines that was just planned yesterday.
Yeah, Steve, I am putting in some effort just to hang. Like, it was 8.5 hours yesterday, something like that, and then the day before I just didn't have time and I was beat. The day before that was 8.5 hours plus I did a 1.5 hour stream in the morning in between all that and went to work 10 hours for all of those days. So yeah, but it's Paige's birthday. We're here. I'm covering the protests around the nation right now. Earlier we had a raffle. So far we've generated $398 for the frontline soldiers of Ukraine, 14th Mechanized Brigade, and also to get Dodger his new gear for his kit because he's going back to the front. So we're hanging. If anybody wants to donate, it is pinned in the chat. Please let us know if you do so we can kind of keep a tally. Our goal was 2,500. It's pretty apparent now we're not going to make that today, but I'm going to keep going either someday down the road this week until we get to that point. So that's going to be the ultimate goal for this. And then after this, after we hit the goal of the 2,500, I'm going to get ready for the Car for Ukraine fundraiser next month or later on this month. So lots of fundraising going, and there's going to be plenty of coverage. Going to also try to do a live stream tomorrow in Frisco. In the meantime, let's just keep looking at what's going on here. I'm hanging in there. If we can get some donations for Paige's birthday today, birthday fundraiser, and also Serhiy, the senior sergeant of the 14th Mechanized.
What's that? Hey, there you go, man. How you been? How'd you get suckered into this? You're thinking you're the shot. I told him.
Thank you, Keeper. Hanging in there. Ooh, I got some stuff from Jolly Good Ginger I gotta play here in a second. Got a couple clips from TikTok I'm gonna share right now. Whew, juicing back up a little. All right, where are we? This one right here. You going? And your weird Jesus jokes. This guy. All right, where are we? Okay. Okay. All right, right here. Check this out. I'm gonna turn that. Oh, hold on. Mute that. Open that up. And there. Turn that down and go.
Donald Trump has suspended the First Amendment. He has disbanded the Constitution. He said anybody who protests his military army parade will be met with very big force, very heavy force. I want to remind everybody, I don't care who you voted for, I don't give a fuck what a party you align with, I want to remind everybody, the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States allows you the freedom to protest, the freedom to assembly, the freedom to speak your opinion and make your voice heard. And the President of the United States is telling you that you are not allowed, not authorized to exercise that speech without governmental suppression. That is fucking tyranny. So all you flag-waving motherfuckers that's been calling yourselves patriots for the last 10 years better rise the fuck up and speak out against this tyrannical bullshit. This is no longer just twisting words. This is no longer just an objective partisan point of view. This is flat out governmental suppression of your First Amendment right. This is abso-fucking-lutely unacceptable in this country or any country that would call itself a moral democracy. This motherfucker right here has no fucking regard for the fucking laws of this country, for the government, for the Constitution of this country. He has no fucking regards for our civil and human fucking rights. At this fucking point, if you still stand with this motherfucker, you are against every fucking thing that America is supposed to stand for. Don't call yourself a fucking patriot. Don't call yourself a fucking American. You're a boot-licking fucking fascist. This is no longer about party. That party shit's out the fucking door. This is tyranny.
Dang. Jolly Good Ginger coming in hot. Woo! Smoking it.
We have some big news right now.
All right, this is news from Gavin Newsom's calls. He calls into question Trump. All right, let's listen.
Now, Governor Gavin Newsom of California is now calling into question Donald Trump's mental acuity. Today, when asked in the Oval Office the last time he spoke to Governor Newsom, he said yesterday. Well, Governor Newsom put out a statement saying that he didn't speak to Donald Trump yesterday. He didn't even receive a voicemail. And that Americans should be concerned that the man, the president, who is sending U.S. Marines to the ground, to Los Angeles, to potentially confront Americans who are protesting, doesn't even remember when the last time he spoke with Governor Newsom or who he spoke to yesterday. Now, Donald Trump, on his part, said that he spoke to Newsom yesterday about how he's doing a bad job as governor, proceeded to say that Newsom has caused deaths in California, even though no deaths have actually been reported. And Newsom is saying, well, listen, this dude is saying that he spoke with me. He didn't speak to me. He didn't leave a voicemail, and that should be concerning to everyone. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown of this and more on my Substack, linked in bio, so subscribe for free. And as always, follow along for all the news you need to know about. More to come very soon.
Yeah, this is wild. Jolly Good Ginger hitting him. Actually, you know what? Repost. I really like that. Let's get some more of this energy. Share the energy. My battery is on low. Here. More of that energy. I got your message, Hubert. Good. Thank you. He's so badass. Yeah, Jolly. Someone actually, I can't, was it you, LJ, that told me about him? I can't remember who it was. But yeah, tell us. I want to listen to it again. I have to.
Donald Trump has suspended the First Amendment. He has disbanded the Constitution. He said anybody who protests his military army parade will be met with very big force, very heavy force. I want to remind everybody, I don't care who you voted for, I don't give a fuck what a party you align with, I want to remind everybody, the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States allows you the freedom to protest, the freedom to assembly, the freedom to speak your opinion and make your voice heard. And the President of the United States is telling you that you are not allowed.
He does interviews with Dems and drinks with them. Oh, I gotta look that shit up.
Not authorized to exercise that speech without governmental suppression. That is fucking tyranny. So all you flag-waving motherfuckers that's been calling yourselves patriots for the last 10 years better rise the fuck up and speak out against this tyrannical bullshit. This is no longer just twisting words. This is no longer just an objective partisan point of view. This is flat out governmental suppression of your First Amendment right. This is abso-fucking-lutely unacceptable in this country or any country that would call itself a moral democracy. This motherfucker right here has no fucking regard for the fucking laws of this country, for the government, for the Constitution of this country. He has no fucking regards for our civil and human fucking rights. At this fucking point, if you still stand with this motherfucker, you are against every fucking thing that America is supposed to stand for. Don't call yourself a fucking patriot. Don't call yourself a fucking American. You're a boot-licking fucking fascist. This is no longer about party. That party shit's out the fucking door. This is tyranny.
I love it. I absolutely love that shit. Later on tonight, when I'm stone cold, freaking brain dead in my bed, that's going on all my story posts everywhere. He is really good. He is really good. He gets it excited for sure. It's exciting to hear. All right, we got some movement down on the ground. Let's check it out. Really quiet feed all of a sudden. What did I do wrong? I think it's their feed. It's just their feed. Let's see what's going on in the scanner.
No 48 advises that 245 occurred approximately 30 minutes ago at 9815 Firebird Avenue in the unincorporated area of Whittier.
Assault with a deadly weapon.
There are 3
245.
suspects last seen driving northbound on Firebird Avenue towards Greening Avenue and out of view. The vehicle is going to be described as a white newer model Jeep 4-door
Here we go.
SUV, unknown license plate, NFD. Suspect 1 and Suspect 2 are going to be described as a male black in their early 20s, approximately 5'11", thin built, wearing black masks. Suspect 3 is going to be described as a male black, approximately 5'7", thin built, wearing a black mask. Weapons used are going to be bodily force, and the 245 is going to be with the vehicle, NFD. If there are no further questions for NOLOC 48, SEC, you can go ahead and drop the patch, NOLOC 48.
Assault with a deadly weapon somewhere.
It's going to be a white
Crowd's moving now.
SUV, unknown model.
Southbound 110 north of Imperial. Victim is now standing by off at El Segundo for 1110.
All right, let's update these feeds on TikTok. It looks like it's starting to kick off a little. Guys, if you haven't already, please donate to the pinned fundraiser for Paige. What is this, bro? Wait, that's not live, is it? No, that's not live. Yes, as I was saying, please donate to Paige in Kansas today. It is her birthday, and she's delivering aid to the front line. Please, guys. And let us know if you do so we can keep track of how much we've earned. So far, we're at like just at $400 today.
Which is something they've been doing. They didn't do it the other night when they were throwing rocks down and even those bird scooters down onto the 101 and onto the cop cars. They kind of left that. But it looks like they're sealing this bridge off. Maybe perhaps because it's closer to kind of the epicenter of the demonstrations, which is right in front of the detention center where the loading dock is. And as many that kind of left are still there. As many that kind of ran up the ramp are still there. I'd say there's maybe 100 or so people still.
So this is on the side of the building. Here's right in front. So we'll play that
Defiance.
No noise on this one.
There's not much of a breeze. There's a little bit of a breeze, but could be a little bit better. As you can see, this man's hot down here. He's hot. You need sunscreen. There's not much.
Saw a dude out there taking a 420 break.
Another thing too, there's nowhere to use the restroom down here. They had restrooms kind of at the official protest the first day in front of the city hall. If you're drinking a lot of water, which you need to drink a lot of water,
drink water.
LA
guys.
is notorious for not having anywhere to go to the restroom. There's nowhere. Sorry, there's really nowhere, and that's why the city smells sometimes, but there are very few restrooms. Now there's one in my parking structure. Sometimes these parking structures have little restrooms, and
there's nowhere to go poop in LA. God, just on the street. Terrible.
Saw on video that he left house, unknown location, informant is 30 minutes away.
Well, it looks rather peaceful, guys.
Daughter at Lowe's. Tag 94.
You know what? I think I'm gonna wrap it up for now. I'll come back later if it starts picking up. But I need to like lay down and regather myself because I am kind of brain shot right now. We gave it a good run, guys. We gave it a good run today. We raised $400 for Paige in Kansas and her birthday. So that's no little amount, right? I'll take it. She'll take it. I know she's super appreciative. Hung around for a while. But my brain's starting to cook, so I think I'm just gonna lay down and take a nap, and maybe I'll come back for another night stream on the protest because it's gonna pick up later. But In Time's coming on here really soon in 30 minutes, guys. If you want to go check out In Time, I pinned his channel in the description. My brain's just fried, guys. I know you guys can tell. I'm not all there right now. I've had like a lot of really long streams this week. God, I wish I could have gone longer for Paige's birthday, but I feel like I've done all the productive parts I can so far today, as far as that goes for pushing it, because this is my current vibe right now. Not nearly as tired as Dodger, right? But if we could get a couple more donations, guys, just hit me up in Discord and let me know that you helped out. so I can kind of keep a tally on how much we're gathering. So far today we did about $400, so badass. Hubert, I got your message. I'll be sending out congratulations on winning the raffle today. And yeah, we'll do this again for sure, because we're gonna hit that 2,300 or get close to it or over it eventually, sometime soon. So, but for me, it's definitely nap time. Shout out to Paige. Paige, happy birthday, Paige. If you watch this or you hear about it, happy birthday. We did our best and we will continue to do more. And tell Serhiy and the 14th, we're there with them. All right, guys, thank you very much. I may be on later for another coverage stream of what's going on in LA. But for now, it's time for that pillow. Talk to you guys later.
They wave their flags like they own the sky, shouting loud but they don't know why. Books untouched, their minds run dry. Truth's a stranger, they pass right by. Oh, false flags flying high, empty hearts where the truth won't lie. They scream of love for the land they claim, but their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame. They chant the words they barely know, hollow pride in a shallow show, pointing fingers where the winds don't blow, building walls where the rivers flow. Oh, false flags flying high, empty hearts where the truth won't lie. They scream of love for the land they claim, but their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame. A patriot's heart should beat with grace, not with fists or a hate-filled face. If love's the seed, then let it grow, not in shadows, but where light will show. Oh, false flags flying high, empty hearts where the truth won't lie. They scream of love for the land they claim, but their wicked deeds bring only shame. Oh, false flags flying high, empty hearts where the truth won't lie. They scream of love for the land they claim, but their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame. But their wicked deeds bring only shame.
Why would you think Michelle Obama's a man?
Well, do a little research. Just do a little research.
But that's like out there.
What's out there is the fact that her walking out in a skirt, and there's an obvious bulge where there shouldn't be one.
Another day. Just run till you take your last breath. There's no time to sit around being lazy. Renegade junk is gonna grind out daisy. Survival schemes, raining dreams like you don't care. Zombies crumbing on some bodies like a knife. you wanna cook your food, wash your hands. Keep one eye on the bad guy and your friends. Watch for killers who shoot at you through a lens. But this is how the story always ends.